Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep.
This is going to sound fake. I know that. If I were reading this, I'd think someone was messing around or making up office creepypasta. But I'm not here to impress anyone. I'm writing this down because I need to get it out of my head. Like if I don't document it, it'll keep slipping, like it already has. I work in one of those bleak mid-size offices you only see in the back corners of cities. Not downtown, not flashy, just 3 floors of beige hallways and break rooms that smell like burnt coffee and anxiety. We process insurance claims, that's all. I've been here for 5 years. Same cubicle, same terrible chair, same 4 co-workers in my row. We never switch desks. You know how some offices do that hot desk thing where you float around? We're not like that. Everything's fixed. So when I say there was a guy in the cubicle next to me, I mean that literally. He was always there. Always. His name was Jim. I didn't know his last name. I don't think anyone did. He was the quiet type nodded when you said hi. Didn't join in on office birthdays or bagel Fridays, but he wasn't rude. He always wore a red tie. Not bright red, more like that faded maroon color. Same one every day. I think he must have had 5 of the same tie. It became kind of his thing. Red tie, brown folder, black coffee, always black, no sugar, no milk. Just poured straight from the break room pot into a chipped white mug that said number 1 something. I could never read the rest because the glaze was cracked. Every morning he got in before me. That's saying something because I'm usually here by 7:15. He'd already be sitting down, typing quietly, face blank, screens already lit. I asked him once how early he got in, and he just shrugged. Said he liked the quiet before the phones started ringing. And then yesterday, he was gone. I didn't think much of it at first. People take sick days. But something about the silence from his cubicle felt different, wrong somehow, like the shape of the room had changed. It's hard to explain. The kind of quiet that feels deliberate. At 10:30, I asked Janice, she sits 2 rows behind me, if she'd seen Jim this morning. She blinked at me like I'd asked her if she believed in ghosts. "Who?" she said. "Jim," I repeated. "Cubicle to the right of mine, red tie, quiet guy." She tilted her head like she was trying to place it, then shook her head. "I think you mean Rick. You sit next to Rick." I laughed a little, waiting for her to smile. She didn't, and she was dead serious. "There is no Rick in our row. There has never been a Rick." I got up and walked the floor, asked 2 more people. Same thing, blank stares. One guy said, "Are you thinking of someone from another floor?" I told him I'd sat next to Jim for 5 years. That we started around the same time. That we shared a desktop printer. That Jim once let me borrow his space heater in the winter when the vents were busted. Nobody knew what I was talking about. So I went back to the cubicle. And it was empty. I don't mean someone's out for the day empty. I mean no computer, no monitor, no chair, no lamp, no desk calendar. Just dust rings on the floor and a lone Ethernet cable snaked against the wall, unplugged, I checked my own drawer, thinking maybe I had a post-it note from Jim, a pen he lent me, something to prove he existed. That's when I found the note. It was in my top drawer, under a stack of forms. I didn't put it there. It wasn't folded. Just sitting there like it had been dropped in last second. In thick, uneven handwriting it said, "Don't ask about me. They'll notice you next." No signature, no punctuation. The ink looked smudged, like whoever wrote it did it in a hurry or with shaky hands. I stared at it for probably 5 full minutes. I haven't told anyone about it. I don't know who I'd even tell. HR? The police? I feel like if I say the words out loud, something will shift. Like I'll cross a line I can't uncross. Because here's the thing, the cubicle Jim sat in, it's not in our seating chart. I checked the printed map we all get during onboarding. Every desk is labeled. Mine is B12. Janice is B14. B13, Jim's desk, is just listed as spare, but it's not a spare desk. It was his. I saw him at it every day. I heard him typing. I heard him clearing his throat. I've passed him coffee creamer during our 3 p.m. lull. And now it's like he never existed. I looked through my work inbox. No emails from him. I swear we exchanged at least 5 or 6 password resets, printer jams, calendar stuff, all gone. His name isn't in the directory, not first or last. And when I asked IT if I could submit a ticket on behalf of the person who sat next to me, the guy gave me a weird look. "There's no active user assigned to that port," he said. "Nobody's logged in there since last summer." That doesn't make sense. I saw Jim yesterday morning. Or at least, I thought I did. I don't know what this is. A glitch? A prank? A nervous breakdown on my end? But when I came in this morning, I swear the air smelled like his coffee. That same burned, bitter edge that only happens when you let it sit too long on the burner. And I keep catching something out of the corner of my eye, a shape, right in the space where his cubicle used to be. I haven't thrown the note away. I keep it in my jacket pocket, and I'm not asking anyone else about him. Not yet. I laid in bed with the light on, fully dressed, like some part of me expected to get pulled back into the office. Or, like I was afraid if I closed my eyes too long, I'd wake up and the apartment would be gone too. That's how off everything feels now. Like the world is made of layers, and one of them just shifted a little too far out of alignment. I kept checking the sticky note in my pocket. "Don't ask about me. They'll notice you next." The handwriting still looked uneven, left leaning, a little shaky. I kept trying to picture Jim writing it, hunched over his desk, glancing over his shoulder. The part I can't get past is how it ended up in my drawer. I didn't see him the day before he disappeared. At least, I don't think I did, but maybe that's the point. Maybe he was already fading. This morning, I told myself I wasn't going to look for more clues. I was going to show up, do my work, keep my head down, no questions, no notes. Just finish my shift and go home. Pretend I never knew Jim, but that lasted maybe half an hour. The silence in that part of the floor is different now. It's not the usual office quiet where you can still hear typing and low phone calls. It's deeper, more hollow, like the sound just doesn't land right. I started noticing little things, like the cubicle wall next to mine, the one that used to separate my space from Jim's. It's slightly warped now, like it was taken down and reinstalled wrong. And there's this tiny ripple in the carpet where his chair used to roll back and forth. Nobody seems to see it. Around 10, I pretended I needed to fix my printer settings and walked past HR. I looked through the frosted glass at their little cork board. That's where they post birthdays and anniversaries and welcome signs for new hires. The board was clean, too clean, like it had been wiped. I could have sworn Jim's 5-year anniversary had been listed there just a few weeks ago. But now, the pins are all in odd places, like something was ripped down in a rush. I didn't go inside. I was too scared someone would see me looking, and I don't know what I'd say if they asked what I was looking for. Back at my desk, I opened our internal directory again, typed Jim into the employee search. Still nothing, not even a list of terminated employees. I typed in his full name, or what I thought was his full name. I wasn't even sure anymore. It's like my brain's already starting to file him under dream. Around lunch, I noticed another thing that shook me more than I expected. There's a coat rack at the end of our row. It's built into the wall. Kind of an ugly thing, beige metal. 3 hooks, never fully straight. Every day, Jim used to hang his coat there. Same charcoal jacket, a little too tight in the shoulders. I know, because it used to brush against mine when we both arrived early. Today, the rack was gone. Not empty. Gone. The wall where it used to be was patched and painted over, badly, like someone did it in a rush with the wrong shade of beige. You can still see where the screws used to go, 4 faint holes like pinpricks. When I asked maintenance about it, the guy just looked at me and said, "What rack?" And I swear he meant it. He wasn't being sarcastic. He genuinely didn't know what I was talking about. That's when I started watching other people more closely. Just little things. How they moved through the office, who they nodded to, what names they dropped in conversation. Most of them avoided the space beside my cubicle completely. They'd circle around it, like it wasn't there. A few glanced at it, confused, like they expected something else. But none of them stopped. Then around 3 in the afternoon, I noticed something else. The guy 2 rows down, Marcus, his phone rang. He answered it with his usual claims and billing, Marcus speaking. Then he paused, and I saw it, just for a second. This flicker of confusion in his face. Like he didn't recognize the voice on the other end. He kept nodding, saying, "Uh-huh," but his eyes were scanning the room, like he was looking for someone who wasn't there anymore. Then he hung up, looked around, and his expression was completely blank, like he had already forgotten the call. I waited until he went to the restroom and checked his phone. The display showed no recent calls. That's when I realized it's not just about Jim. Something's spreading. I remembered what the note said. They'll notice you next. I don't know who they are, but I think noticing is the trigger. Like attention feeds whatever this is. The more you remember, the more you ask, the more the edges of reality start to give. I think that's what happened to Jim. He must have known something, or seen someone else disappear, and he tried to hold on to it too long, tried to push back. And the system, the building, the floor, whatever corrected itself, I think this place is erasing people, not killing, not relocating, just removing. And once they're gone, it rearranges itself to fit the new reality. Cubicle layouts shift, calendar entries vanish, even memories start to feel like guesses. I don't know how far this goes, or how many people it's happened to already, but I'm starting to feel it creeping toward me. Little things. My badge glitched at the door this morning. Said access denied for half a second before unlocking. My nameplate was crooked when I got in. I never leave it like that. And just now, as I was finishing this, the sticky note is missing from my pocket. I didn't drop it. I checked the floor. I checked my jacket. Gone. The air feels heavier now, like the office is watching me breathe. I left work early that day. I didn't ask. I just stood up, walked toward the elevators, and told myself if anyone stopped me, I'd pretend I was going to a meeting, but no one looked up. No one asked anything. The receptionist at the front desk didn't even blink. It was like I had already started to become invisible, and nobody cared. That was somehow worse than being confronted. I didn't go straight home. I sat in my car with the engine running and just stared at the building through the windshield. I watched the windows of my floor, wondering if I'd see a flicker of movement, some small sign that the thing in that office knew I was trying to stay ahead of it. There was nothing. The weird part was, even though I should have been panicking, my head felt blank, like the fear had turned into something heavier, something tired. I didn't want to solve it. I just wanted to survive it. I knew if I went home and started Googling weird memory gaps or workplace disappearances, it would all unravel faster. So I made myself stop, just tried to breathe. I drove to a diner on the edge of town and sat there with a coffee for 2 hours. I watched people come in and out, normal people doing normal things. I felt like I was underwater, watching a world that didn't know it was thinning at the edges. When I finally went home, I checked everything in my apartment. Nothing missing, no notes, no signs of entry, but my calendar app had changed. An event I didn't recognize was there, review prep with Marcus, listed for 3 in the afternoon that day. I hadn't had a meeting. I hadn't spoken to Marcus at all. But now it was showing as completed, with a little check mark. I tapped it to open more details, and the app crashed. I opened it again, and the event was gone. Not moved, not archived, just gone. I sat there for 20 straight minutes, staring at my screen, willing the event to come back. It didn't. The next morning at work, I noticed Marcus wasn't in yet. I waited. He always gets there before 9. 9:15, nothing. 10 o'clock, his desk was empty. But his stuff was still there. Jacket on the back of the chair, coffee mug with the chip on the handle, notepad open with some numbers scribbled across it. That made my stomach twist, because it meant the process hadn't finished with him yet. He wasn't erased, not completely, just paused. I looked around to see if anyone else noticed. They didn't. In fact, one guy even said, "Hey, anyone seen Dennis?" I blinked. "You mean Marcus?" He frowned. "No, Dennis." Tall guy, brown hair, sits next to the copier. There is no Dennis on our floor. I checked the internal directory again, no Marcus, but now, suddenly, there was a Dennis H. listed under our department. I clicked on the name. The profile had one line. Started 3 months ago. Billing analyst. I leaned back and stared at the ceiling tiles. It was happening again. And this time I was watching it in real time. Marcus had been wiped and replaced, and no one knew it except me. Around noon I checked his desk again. Now the jacket was gone, the mug was gone, his chair was pushed in, the monitor was dark, the notepad was clean, not a single pen in the cup holder. Like it had never been used. I stood there too long and someone passed behind me and asked, looking for a seat. I shook my head and mumbled something about printer access. My voice didn't sound right, like it belonged to someone else. I spent the rest of the day trying not to blink, trying not to forget. I wrote Marcus's name on my palm with a pen, just one word, Marcus, over and over. But the ink kept smearing. By 3, it was just a blur. My hands were clean, but the name was gone. I started to wonder if I had made him up too, if Jim had been the first stage, and Marcus was the second, and I was next. At 4:30, I heard a whisper. Not in my ear, not behind me, from inside the cubicle where Jim used to sit. It was faint, barely more than breath, but it said my name. Not loud, not urgent, just present. I didn't move. I stared at my screen and held still like a kid hiding from something in the dark. The whisper didn't come again, but the temperature dropped, just slightly, like a cold breath had passed through that space. I left exactly on time. Not early, not late, just at 5 o'clock sharp. I didn't say goodbye to anyone, didn't lock my drawer, just walked straight out. Again, no one looked at me. When I got home, I checked my voicemail. 1 missed call. Unknown number. The message was 2 seconds long. No words, just the sound of quiet breathing. Not heavy, not threatening, just there, like someone was standing nearby, waiting for me to speak first. I deleted it. Then I checked the one photo I had on my phone of the office. It was from a birthday last year. Janice brought cupcakes and made everyone pose. Jim was in that photo. I remember clearly because he stood all the way at the edge, half turned, awkward but smiling. I pulled it up. He wasn't there. Everyone else was. Same background, same cupcakes, same lighting. But the far right edge of the photo was empty space, like someone had been cut out perfectly. No glitch, no blur, just a clean absence, as if the space had always been like that. I didn't sleep that night either. I kept the lights on again. I kept the closet door shut, even though I never do. And when I closed my eyes, I swear I heard typing. Not in my apartment, from somewhere else, but close enough to hear. I didn't want to go back the next day, but skipping work wasn't something I ever did. It would draw attention. And attention, I was starting to realize, was the one thing I couldn't afford anymore. That seemed to be how this thing worked. It didn't come for people screaming in the middle of the office. It came for the quiet ones, the ones who noticed too much and said too little, the ones who hovered right on the edge of remembering. I walked in right at 7:50, the same time I always did. The elevator was empty. The hallway smelled the same stale coffee, carpet glue, and printer ink. Nothing looked different at first. But when I turned the corner and saw our row of cubicles, I knew something was off again. The lighting was colder, maybe not visibly dimmer, but it felt harsher, like someone had replaced the bulbs with copies that weren't quite right. The color was just a little too flat. My desk was untouched. That's what scared me the most. Everything was exactly the way I had left it. Keyboard tilted slightly, second monitor unplugged because it kept shorting out. But I noticed something strange under the edge of my desk. The carpet was cleaner than the rest, a perfect rectangle of newer fibers, like something had been sitting there until recently. A chair, maybe, or a bag. I checked under the desk and felt around, even though I already knew nothing would be there. At 9:15 the phones started ringing, but only some of them. Ours never rang much anyway, but now the sound was thinner, like half the office wasn't calling out anymore. Like the people on the other end of the line had started disappearing too. Janice didn't show up for work that day. No one mentioned her. Not even once. I stood near the break room and waited to hear someone say her name, but all I got were a few passing conversations about reports and deadlines and someone from payroll moving offices. Nobody said her name. I checked her cubicle. It was still full: coffee mug, paper clips, a little cactus she always said she forgot to water, but her photo was missing. The one she kept pinned to the felt wall, her and her dog, back when he was still alive. It had been there every day for years. Now the pin was still in place, but the photo was gone. I asked a guy from accounting if he'd seen Janice. He said Janice, and just repeated the word back to me like it was a question he didn't quite understand. Janice, I said again, sits by the copier, usually wears those green earrings. He blinked. You mean, Carol? I just nodded. That was the safest thing now. Nod and move on. Carol is not a real person. She's a placeholder. So was Dennis. So was whatever name comes next. I went back to my desk and started writing everything down by hand. No typing, no emails, just a notebook. I wrote Jim's name, then Marcus, then Janice. I wrote down everything I could remember about each one, the way Jim's chair used to squeak when he leaned back, the gum Marcus used to chew even though it was against policy, the little hum Janice made when she was focusing, not a song, just a low sound in her throat, barely audible. I filled 6 pages. I kept the notebook in my coat pocket. Not my drawer, not my locker, on me. At 12:30, the cafeteria was quiet. Usually there's some noise trays, microwaves, the hiss of the coffee machine. But today it felt like walking into a rehearsal space after everyone packed up. The vending machines were lit, but not humming. There was a sandwich in one of the racks that looked familiar, like the same one that had been there the day before, and maybe the day before that. I sat down with my packed lunch, which I hadn't packed. That part messed with me more than I want to admit. I didn't bring anything from home that morning. But at noon, there was a plastic container in my bag. Turkey sandwich, mustard, exactly the way I used to make it when I still cared enough to prep lunches. But I hadn't made this one, not recently. The bread was too dry, like it had been sitting in a fridge for a while. I didn't eat it. I threw it in the trash and walked out. When I got back to my desk, the cactus from Janice's cubicle was now on mine. No one saw it happen. No one else noticed. It was just there. Same chipped pot, same slightly tilted soil, same faint scent of decay. I didn't touch it. I didn't move it. I just wrote down another note in my book. The more I write, the more I remember. That's the only thing I've found that works. Everything digital gets wiped. My phone camera stopped working this morning. Not broken. It just won't open the app. The memory fills up, then empties itself. Even my contacts are starting to shift. Names I don't recognize, people I never met. I called one number by accident, one that used to belong to my sister, and a man answered, not just any man, a man who knew my name. And when I asked who he was, he said, "You're almost out of order." I hung up. I threw the phone in the trash behind the building. I didn't even watch it fall. I just turned and walked away. I don't know how much time I have. I can feel the edges getting thinner. Words start to stutter when I talk too fast, like the air around me can't keep up. I saw my reflection in the monitor go dim today, not shut off. Just dim, and my reflection didn't blink when I did. I think the building is absorbing us, not the company. The place itself. The cubicles, the walls, the old carpets with their chemical-smelling fibers, it's all part of it. And the ones who ask questions first. They get noticed, and when they get noticed, they go quiet. The lights flickered again this morning, only in our row, just for a second, enough to make the bulbs blink and reset the monitors. I waited for someone to comment, maybe a joke about the building falling apart, but no one said anything. I glanced over at the cubicle across from me and realized it was empty. I used to know who sat there. The name's on the tip of my tongue, but when I try to focus on it, it slips sideways like a word in a dream. I remember the person's laugh, that's all. A short, sharp sound like they were always halfway to choking on it. But their desk is gone now. Not just empty gone. The cubicle wall is there, but the inside is bare. Carpet flattened, cable unplugged, nothing to mark anyone was ever there. The cactus moved again. It's on my desk now, not just next to the monitor, right in front of the keyboard, sitting like a warning or a placeholder. I tried to move it once, just to push it to the side, but my hand froze halfway there. My fingers curled without touching it. I can't explain why. It's like something in my body refused. I spent most of the morning avoiding eye contact with anyone. There are fewer people now. The floor used to feel comfortably busy. That low drone of typing, phone calls, the occasional throat clear or laugh. Now it's hollow. Every noise feels isolated. Every conversation feels like the last one of the day. Around 10:30, I went looking for old files. There's a storage room near the copy center. Hardly anyone uses it anymore since everything went digital. But I remembered that HR used to keep backup records in there. I pretended I was looking for toner and slipped inside. It was cold, colder than I expected, like the air hadn't moved in weeks. Dust layered across the shelves, boxes lined up neatly but unlabeled. I started flipping through them. Most were filled with outdated training binders and payroll slips from more than a decade ago. But in the back, under a stack of discarded nameplates, I found a folder. No name. Just a deep scratch across the cover like it had been dragged against concrete. Inside were printouts of ID photos, all black and white, all slightly out of focus. Dozens of them. Some familiar, some not. I recognized Jim. I recognized Marcus. I even saw Janice, her head turned slightly to the side like the camera caught her off guard. At the bottom of the stack was a single page of typed notes. I copied it into my notebook word for word. I don't know why. Maybe because I knew it wouldn't last if I didn't. The page said, Stage 4 initiated, memory saturation confirmed, targets reverting to placeholders, primary observer still active, proceed with caution, system compensating. That was all. No names, no signature, just those lines, like someone had been tracking this from the beginning. I didn't hear anyone come in, but when I looked up, the door was closing. I left the room without checking the hallway, just walked back to my desk, sat down, and stared at the cactus. It looked different, like it had grown, just slightly. The base was wider. A small crack in the pot hadn't been there before. I checked my email. Nothing, no meetings, no assignments. Just one flagged message that read, Reminder, your orientation is scheduled for tomorrow. That makes no sense. I have worked here for 5 years. There is no orientation. Not for me. I clicked the message. It was empty. Just white space. Then the screen blinked and the email was gone. That afternoon, someone new sat in the cubicle next to me. I didn't hear them arrive. Just looked up and they were there. Young, maybe late 20s, plain dress shirt, no jacket, clean face, no expression, typing steadily, no hesitation. I leaned over slowly, trying not to seem obvious. Hey, I said. The person looked up, not startled, just mildly curious. Do you know who was here before you? They tilted their head. I've always been here. They smiled, but their eyes didn't match the smile. Something in their face didn't move right. What's your name? I asked. They paused, then said, I'm Jim. I didn't respond. I just stared at them until they turned back to their screen. That wasn't Jim. It wasn't even close. But the name was the right one, the first one I remembered disappearing. This thing, whatever it is, it's starting to recycle, filling spaces with something close enough to pass until no one questions it, replacing memory with suggestion, swapping people with placeholders. I don't think I have much time left. I can feel the edges starting to blur. The words on this page look slightly off, not the spelling, the letters themselves. like the font is subtly changing, one letter at a time. Like it's trying to convince me I made them up. Tomorrow's the day, I think. Orientation. That's what the message said. I don't know what that means. But I think it's the end. Or the start of something worse. I got up early this morning. Not because I had to. I didn't sleep. I haven't, really, in days. Not in the way that counts. I keep drifting off for seconds at a time, long blinks where the room looks different when my eyes open. My bedroom ceiling creaks like something's breathing behind it. I leave the lights on now, not because I'm scared of the dark, but because I'm afraid of waking up and not recognizing the shape of things anymore. When I stepped outside, the sky looked thinner than usual. Not gray, not overcast, just faded, like the blue had been washed out and stretched too far across the sky. It reminded me of the old computer wallpapers from a decade ago, the ones that looked realistic until you stared too long and noticed they were fake. I stood there for a few minutes, looking up, and I thought, this is what the edge looks like. The office lobby smelled the same. Disinfectant, coffee that had been burning on the warmer since 6 in the morning, paper that had been stored too long in sealed boxes. The security guard nodded at me like he always did, but he didn't say anything. I didn't say anything either. I don't think his name exists anymore. I know it used to, but it's gone now. Not on his badge, not in my head, just gone. When I got to my floor, I walked past the desk where Janice used to sit. Now it belongs to someone else. A man in a navy sweater with no name tag. He doesn't look up. He types steadily, hands never stopping. I keep walking. The cubicle next to mine is empty again. No chair, no monitor, no cactus. That's how I know it's today. My calendar says orientation, just that word. No time, no details. I didn't add it. I don't know who did, but I'm not going to ignore it. If I have to disappear, I want to see how it happens. At 9:30, the elevator dings. It shouldn't. No one ever comes up to this floor that late. Anyone who works here is already in by then. Anyone who doesn't shouldn't be here. But the door opens, and someone steps out. A man in a gray suit, clean-shaven, maybe in his 40s. I've never seen him before, but he walks like he belongs here. He doesn't look left or right. He walks straight toward me. And when he reaches my cubicle, he doesn't speak. He just places a small white envelope on my keyboard and walks away. I wait until he's gone. Then I open it. Inside is a card, plain, no logo, just one sentence typed neatly in the center. You are ready. I put the card in my notebook. I don't need to pack anything. There's nothing to take with me. I walk down the hallway past rows of cubicles that feel too quiet. I don't hear phones ringing anymore. I don't hear keyboards. Just the sound of the lights buzzing faintly and the air vents clicking on and off. I pass the copier room. The light is off. The smell of toner is strong. Stronger than usual, like the machine has been running non-stop even though no one uses it anymore. I reach the end of the hall. There's a door there now. I've never seen it before. It's painted the same color as the walls that washed out beige that's supposed to look clean but always feels a little sickly. The handle is metal, cool to the touch. I pause, hand hovering just above it. For a second, I think about leaving, just turning around, walking out, and never coming back. But then I hear a voice behind me. It says my name. Not loud, not aggressive, just patient. I don't turn around. I open the door and step through. It's not what I expected. No machines, no control room, no glowing lights or rows of screens. Just a small office, desk, chair, another chair across from it, a single plant in the corner, fluorescent lights overhead, and sitting behind the desk, Jim. Or someone wearing Jim's face. He looks up and smiles. Not forced, not cruel, just calm. "Have a seat," he says. I sit. "You've done well," he says. "You remembered." I want to ask what that means. I want to ask who he is, what this place is, why people vanish, but I don't. Because I already know. It's not about answers. It's about replacement. "You'll be moved to the other side," he says. "You'll sit in the next row, the ones behind the copy room." I nod. He hands me a nameplate. It has a different name on it. Not mine. But it still feels like me. That's how I know I'm ready. I stand, walk back out. Everything feels easier now. Lighter. When I reach my new desk, someone else is already sitting next to it. They look nervous. They glance at me, about to say something. I smile. They smile back. Their name is already fading. And the cactus is back, right where it should be. It showed up on a Thursday, late morning. I was working from home, half answering emails, half trying not to fall into a YouTube hole. It was one of those cold, gray days where everything feels like it's moving half a second slower than usual. The knock didn't even sound like a knock. It was more like someone thumped their fist against the door once, then walked away. I figured it was a delivery, so I opened the door and looked around. Nobody there. Just a small package sitting dead center on the welcome mat. No box markings, no Amazon tape, no shipping label, just plain brown cardboard sealed with duct tape, with a bright red, fragile sticker slapped on the top like an afterthought. I didn't think much of it at first. I get deliveries all the time, work stuff. Junk I forgot I ordered, the usual. But something about this one bugged me right away. I picked it up and turned it over. No address, no sender, no postage. Not even my name. Just nothing. I looked up and down the street like maybe someone was pranking me, but everything was normal. Trash bins at the curb, leaves blowing across the sidewalk, no one in sight. I brought the box inside and set it on the kitchen table, sat down, stared at it for a minute. That's when the unease started creeping in, not panic or fear, just that off-center feeling you get when you walk into a room and forget why you're there, something not fitting into the pattern. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a steak knife and sliced through the duct tape. Inside, nestled in crumpled brown paper, were two things: a black burner phone, still in its shrink wrap, and a flash drive. That's it. No note, no instructions, just those two items sitting there like a puzzle I didn't ask for. I took the flash drive out first. Standard USB, no markings. I plugged it into my laptop, more out of habit than logic. I think I was expecting some kind of weird spam file or a dumb prank video. Maybe someone in my building accidentally dropped it at the wrong unit. What opened was a folder, no name. Inside were video files, dozens of them. At first, I couldn't tell what I was looking at. Grainy, jittery footage. Some of it shot from high angles, like security cameras. Others were handheld. Phones, probably. Or dash cams. I clicked on the first one. A woman walking home from work. She had a tote bag, white sneakers, AirPods in. The camera followed her from a distance, staying behind trees and cars. At one point, she stopped to look at her phone, and the camera zoomed in, shaky, breathing audible in the background. My stomach turned a little. I clicked another. A different woman, this time at the gym. The angle was from behind a cracked locker door. She was tying her hair up. The camera lingered, moved closer. The next video showed someone's kitchen window at night, interior light on, a woman inside making tea. The camera sat still in the dark, filming through the glass. I opened 3 more files in quick succession. Different women, different places. Always the same thing. Someone watching. Not once did the women look at the camera. They never knew. I sat back, suddenly aware of how quiet the house was. It didn't feel like a prank anymore. I ejected the drive and shoved it back into the box. My hands felt weird, tingly, like they'd touched something hot, and the nerves were just starting to register it. I grabbed the burner phone next. Still in its plastic, brand new. I didn't open it. Not then. Instead, I called the non-emergency police line. I told them I received a suspicious package, that it contained possible evidence of stalking, maybe even a crime. They told me someone would follow up. I hung up and stared at the phone again. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw one of those women from the videos looking over her shoulder, not because she knew she was being watched, but because she felt it. That stayed with me. The next morning, no one had called me back. By noon, I called the station again, got transferred twice, left a voicemail, never heard anything. That night, around 8:30, the burner phone rang. It was sitting on my desk, still sealed. The sound made me jump. I stared at it until the ringing stopped. It started again immediately. So I answered. There was a soft click, followed by a second of dead silence, then a voice. Distorted, filtered, hollow. "You opened it," the voice said. It wasn't a question. "That means it's yours now." Click. Dead line. No number, just unknown. I didn't sleep at all that night. I checked all the locks twice, left the porch light on. Every time a car drove past, I peeked through the blinds. Still nothing. But by the next morning, I started feeling watched, not from inside the house outside. Like if I opened the door too fast, someone would be standing on the sidewalk pretending to tie their shoe, or if I stepped onto the porch, a camera shutter would click somewhere behind a parked car. Paranoia, maybe, but that doesn't mean it's not real. 2 days later, I saw the van. White, no logo, idling across the street, lights off. The windows were tinted. I couldn't see the driver. It sat there for about 10 minutes. Then it rolled away. I watched it disappear down the road, didn't chase it, didn't call anyone, just stood there at the window, holding the curtain edge like it was a shield. Later that night, I went back through the drive. I looked at the footage frame by frame, faces, locations. One of the gym clips had a mirror in the background. I zoomed in. And there it was. The same white van, parked outside, partially obscured by trees. It wasn't just following them. It had been part of the story the whole time. I spent the next morning trying to convince myself it wasn't the same van. White vans are everywhere. Delivery drivers, contractors, maintenance crews. It didn't have to be the van, but that logic didn't stick for long. I kept flashing back to the video, that grainy reflection in the gym mirror. Same shape, same taillight sticker on the left corner. And it wasn't just that it looked the same, it was the way it parked, the way it sat. Lights off, engine running, facing my house. I didn't go outside that day, not even to grab the mail. I called the police again. This time I didn't go through the non-emergency line. I told them everything: the package, the burner phone, the drive, the van. They said an officer would swing by. I waited 3 hours. No one came. When I called again, they said my report had been noted, but there wasn't much they could do unless I had something actionable. No license plate, no footage, no confirmed threat. Just a gut feeling. I asked if they wanted the burner phone or the drive. They said, "You can turn it in if you'd like, but we can't guarantee follow-up." It didn't feel like a brush-off exactly, just bureaucracy doing what bureaucracy does, taking the teeth out of urgency. That night, I tried to distract myself, put on a movie, ordered takeout, kept the lights low, but I kept checking the window every 10 minutes, scanning the street for headlights. Nothing. Until just after 11, when I went to brush my teeth and noticed something strange. My bathroom window doesn't face the front of the house. It faces the side, toward the alley. There's a narrow gap between my place and the neighbors, maybe 10 feet wide. Just enough space for trash bins and weeds. As I leaned over the sink, I saw movement. I froze, toothbrush in hand. Someone was standing in the alley, just standing there. They weren't looking into my window. They were facing the other way, toward the back fence. But the posture was too stiff to be casual. No phone, no smoke, no motion at all. Just stillness. Like they were waiting for something. I shut the light off, then peeked again. Gone. No footsteps, no sound, just gone. I didn't sleep that night, again. The next day, I started making copies of the videos. I bought a fresh pack of drives, transferred everything from the original one, labeled each folder with the dates and timestamps that were embedded in the file data. I figured if anything happened to me, I needed someone else to have this, something to prove I didn't make it up. I emailed a copy to myself, sent another to a burner Gmail account I made that morning, hid one of the physical drives inside an empty cereal box in the back of the pantry. Paranoid? Probably. But it gave me some illusion of control, and that was better than nothing. Later that night, the burner phone rang again. It had been silent since that first call. I'd left it in a drawer, battery still full. When the screen lit up, it was the same as before, unknown number. No caller ID. No ringtone, just vibration. I let it buzz for a while, didn't want to answer. But eventually, I did. This time the voice was quieter, same distortion, but almost tired. "You're still watching," it said. I didn't respond. The voice waited, then said, "You shouldn't be." And then it hung up. I stood there holding the phone like it was radioactive. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't sit in Zoom meetings pretending I wasn't unraveling. I didn't even log on, just sent a vague email about feeling unwell. Instead, I drove. Nowhere in particular, just away. I put on sunglasses and a hoodie and took back roads out of town. Every time I passed a white van, I felt my pulse jump. I ended up at a rest stop about an hour outside the city. Sat there for 20 minutes with the windows up, locked, engine running. Then I realized I was being watched again. Not by a person, by a camera. Mounted on the corner of the rest stop building, angled right at me. I know it sounds ridiculous. Of course I was being watched. It's a public area. Security is everywhere these days. But something about that moment hit me differently. For the first time since this started, I wasn't just afraid of whoever had sent the package. I was afraid of being seen with it, of being connected to it. Because what if someone had followed me? What if a camera somewhere picked up footage of me carrying that box inside my house? What if someone traced it back, scrubbed it to make it look like I was the one recording those women? That's when I finally understood what the voice meant. You opened it. That means it's yours now. I wasn't just a recipient. I was now part of the chain. When I got home, I checked every inch of my place. Not just the locks, but the vents, the smoke detector, the potted plants. I even unscrewed a light switch plate just to make sure nothing was behind it. No cameras, no wires. But when I turned on my computer to check the burner Gmail, the inbox had a new message. No subject, no body, just a link. I stared at it for a long time. Clicked it. It led to a private live stream, one that had already been playing for nearly 2 hours. It was footage of someone's apartment. Not mine, but familiar. A young woman, maybe mid-20s, working at her kitchen table, drinking coffee, typing something into her laptop, completely unaware. The stream had no chat, no name, no watermark. I refreshed the page, it kept going. I watched for a few more minutes, heart pounding. And then she looked up. Not at the camera, just into the room, like she'd heard something. She stood up, walked to her front door, looked through the peephole. She stayed there for a while. Then she walked back, sat down and shut her laptop. The feed cut to black, and my screen stayed that way. No rewind, no playback. Just blank. I shut the laptop and sat in the dark. For a long time I didn't move. I just sat there with my hands on my knees, staring at nothing, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do now, what anyone would do. Because the truth was, I didn't know if what I'd seen had already happened, or if it was happening live. I didn't know who the woman was. I didn't know what I was watching. And I didn't know if I was the only one watching it. That was the part that got under my skin. Not the footage itself, disturbing as it was. Not even the idea that someone was out there recording strangers. It was the implication that I was expected to see it. Not as a witness, as a participant. That night, I pulled all the blinds in the house. Not just closed them, taped them down. I shut the laptop, unplugged the router, left my phone on airplane mode. Then I packed the burner phone and the flash drive into a shoebox, duct taped it shut, and shoved it into the bottom of my closet behind a stack of old coats I hadn't worn since college. I wanted to believe that if I physically distanced myself from it, if I pushed it far enough away, it would lose interest in me. Like a stray dog that would stop following if you stopped feeding it. That worked for a little while. For almost 3 full days, everything was quiet. No van, no calls, no emails. I tried to work, tried to act like a normal person again. I even went out for groceries, walked the longer route around the neighborhood, just to keep my head clear. It was cloudy that day, drizzling, that kind of slow, soft rain that makes you feel like time is passing slower than it really is. It almost felt normal. Until I got home and found the envelope. It had been slid under my door, thick manila, no writing on it, not sealed. I picked it up slowly, already feeling that sinking weight in my stomach return. Inside were photos. Printed, glossy, full color. The first few were of my house, different angles. From the street, from the alley. One from my backyard near the fence line. Then they moved inside. Shots through my windows, me at my desk, me brushing my teeth, me eating on the couch with the TV on. But it was the last photo that nearly made me drop the envelope. It was a picture of me asleep, in bed, taken from inside the room. I stood there for a long time just holding it, chest tight, every part of me buzzing. It wasn't just that someone had been in the house. It was that I didn't know when. There had been no forced entry. No signs of a break-in. The locks were untouched. The windows all still latched. The alarm system, which I'd finally started using, had never gone off. Nothing. I tore through the house again, checked everything. Closets, crawl space. Even inside the vents, nothing. I found the shoebox still in place, unopened, untouched. That somehow made it worse. I called the police again. This time I didn't go through the formalities. I told them someone had been in my house and left behind surveillance photos. I told them it wasn't a prank, that I felt unsafe, that someone was stalking me. They said they'd send someone. An officer showed up an hour later. Young guy, polite but skeptical. He looked through the photos, took a few notes, asked if anything was missing. I told him no, just that they'd been inside. He asked if I had roommates, any exes who might want to mess with me. I said no. Then he asked if I had any enemies. That one caught me off guard. I almost laughed. What does that mean? Like people who want to kill me? He shrugged. Sometimes it's not about killing, just control or chaos. There are people who do stuff like this for fun. They like watching what happens when you know you're being watched. That stuck with me. They like watching what happens. He filed a report and said they'd follow up if anything came of it. I didn't believe him. That night, I didn't sleep. Not because of fear, exactly. Not even because I thought someone might come back. It was something else. This deep, creeping suspicion that I'd already crossed some invisible line. That it didn't matter what I did now. The door was open, and I hadn't closed it in time. The next morning, I called in sick again, made coffee I didn't drink, sat on the couch flipping through the photos until my hands went numb. Then I opened the laptop again. The live stream was gone. The link led to a blank page now, 404 not found. I checked the email it came from, deleted. The burner Gmail account had been wiped too. Everything I'd sent to it was gone. I tried the other drive's copies I'd made, backups I thought were safe. 2 wouldn't open. The third one had files, but when I clicked them, every video showed static. Corrupted. I dug the shoebox out from the closet and opened it. The original flash drive was gone. So was the burner phone. In their place was a note, typed in all lowercase on a strip of plain white paper. You don't need these anymore. That was it. No threats, no instructions, no explanation. Just confirmation. They'd been in my house again. Not just once, again. And they hadn't taken anything. They hadn't destroyed anything. They'd replaced the evidence with a message. They wanted me to know. That afternoon, I put everything I had left, the photos, the note, even the shoebox, into a garbage bag and drove it to the far side of the city. I tossed it into a random construction dumpster and walked away without looking back. I didn't know if it would help, but it was something. When I got home, there was nothing on my porch, no envelope, no phone call, no new emails. Just silence. For the first time since this started, I felt something close to peace. But it didn't last. Because just after midnight, my phone buzzed. Not the burner. My real one. And there, in my messages, was a single photo. Blurry, low resolution, but unmistakable. It was a picture of the woman from the live stream. This time she was asleep, and the photo had been taken from inside her room. I stared at the photo on my phone for a long time. I didn't save it. I didn't delete it. I just stared, like maybe if I looked long enough, I'd see something new, a detail I missed. A reflection in the mirror, a shadow in the corner, anything that would help me understand what I was actually looking at. But it was just her, the woman from the live stream, asleep in her bed. Same room, same blankets, same worn headboard, same angle as before, same sickening implication. Someone had been in her home, standing right there, just feet from where she slept. And somehow, they'd sent it to me. My personal number, not the burner, not email, me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even know what this was anymore. It wasn't just voyeurism. It wasn't a prank. It wasn't a trap, not in the traditional sense. This was something else, something deliberate, slow, like someone winding a clock, watching to see how long it would take for me to break. I tried calling the number back. Blocked. I tried saving the image, forwarding it to my computer, to my work account, to anywhere outside my phone. Every attempt failed. File cannot be transferred. Unsupported format. Corrupted attachment. But I could still see it, clear as day. I called the police, again, told them someone had broken into my home twice, had sent me a photo of a sleeping woman taken inside her bedroom. They asked if I knew her. I said no. They asked if I had the original message. I said yes. They told me to come in the next day and file a report in person. That was it. No urgency, no visit, no follow-up. Just a clipboard and a desk if I wanted it. I didn't sleep that night, again. I sat on the couch with all the lights on and tried to reason through it. Was this just punishment? For opening the box? For not reporting it soon enough? For seeing too much? Was I being warned? Or was I being invited? Because the more I thought about it, the more it started to feel like they didn't want me to run. They wanted me to watch. To keep watching. And every time I tried to pull away, they sent something new, a reminder that I was still part of this, whether I liked it or not. The next morning, I didn't go to the police station. I just couldn't. I didn't have anything solid, a blurry photo, a wiped flash drive, a phone that vanished from my own locked closet. It all sounded insane when I played it back in my head. Like something a person makes up when they're having a breakdown. Instead, I called in sick again. I couldn't even remember the last time I worked a full week. That afternoon, I started researching. Not on my main laptop. I used an old one I kept in the closet, barely functional, something I hadn't touched in years. I didn't log into any accounts, no Wi-Fi. Just tethered it to a mobile hotspot and started digging. I looked up missing persons in my area, surveillance crimes, burglary cases where nothing was taken, women who'd gone to the police about being followed but were dismissed. I combed through forums, comment sections, weird Reddit threads that skirted the edge of being removed. And I started seeing patterns. Most of the cases weren't connected by location or method. They didn't even fit the same age groups or neighborhoods. But they did have one thing in common. No one ever believed them. Most reports were dropped. The people who filed them stopped following up. In a few of the older threads, the original posters deleted their accounts entirely. One thread stood out. It was short, only 3 comments. The subject line just said, "I saw the van. What happens now?" The original post had been removed. So had the user. But someone had replied, a user called Passenger Seat, with an old account that hadn't posted since. The comment was simple, just 3 sentences. Don't try to track them. Don't call the cops again. Whatever you do, don't open the second package. That's what froze me. The second package. I hadn't received one. Not yet. But the way the message was written, not if, when made it clear that this was part of the pattern. You get one, you engage, and if you keep watching, they send another. An escalation. I shut the laptop and packed it back into the closet. And then I waited. I didn't want to. I didn't have a plan. But what else was there to do? The police wouldn't help. No one I knew would believe me. I couldn't send the photos, couldn't save the evidence, couldn't even hold on to the original hardware without it vanishing or corrupting. All I could do was try to stay ahead of whatever was coming next. But I didn't have to wait long. 2 nights later, it came. Same time, around 10 at night, just after dinner, while I was pretending to read. Another knock. Soft, just one. When I opened the door, no one was there. Just a box. Same duct tape, same red fragile sticker, same silence. I didn't bring it inside. Not this time. I left it on the porch, just stood there staring at it, heart pounding, hands shaking, trying to decide what to do. I grabbed my phone, took a photo of it. The screen went black as soon as I pressed the button. Just shut off completely. When I turned it back on, the image wasn't in my gallery. I tried again with a spare phone I'd bought the day before. Nothing. The moment the camera pointed at the box, the screen glitched and froze. It was like the box couldn't be recorded, couldn't be saved. I left it there overnight. In the morning, it was gone. No footprints, no tire marks, no sign it had ever been there at all. Just my porch, empty again. And in the middle of my welcome mat, a single item left behind. A key. I didn't touch the key for over an hour. I just stared at it from the other side of the glass door like it might disappear again if I blinked too long. It was small, brass, and worn smooth. No markings, no tag. Just a single, ordinary key lying in the center of my welcome mat like it belonged there. I opened the door and crouched down slowly, trying not to make any sudden moves. I don't know why. I was alone. But it felt like I was being watched again, and this time I didn't even bother to look for the van. I picked the key up. It was cold. No note, no box, no explanation. I took it inside, set it on the table, and backed away from it like it might bite. I didn't touch it again all day. That night, I stayed up scrolling through every locksmith forum I could find, looking at key types, blank codes, anything that might help me figure out what kind of lock it fit. I learned more than I ever needed to about pin tumblers, warded locks, and how many possible cuts a standard house key can have. None of it helped. I tried it on every door in my house. No match. I didn't expect one, but I had to check. At 2 a.m, I was still sitting at the kitchen table, staring at it under the overhead light like it might start speaking. I remember thinking, what if I'm not supposed to use it yet? What if I already have? That's when I noticed the envelope on my counter. It hadn't been there earlier. I was sure of it. Smaller than the last one, plain white, no name. Inside was a photo, just one this time. It was me, walking. Not recent, it had to be at least a month old. I was wearing my blue jacket, the one I lost on the train back in March. I was crossing a parking lot toward my old apartment, earbuds in, head down, completely unaware. But the angle it was taken from was strange. too high for a normal person. I flipped the photo over. A date was scribbled on the back in black marker. Not the day the photo was taken. Tomorrow. That's when I started to understand. The key wasn't for something here. It was for something else. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I sat on the edge of my bed with the key in my hand and the photo face down beside me, trying to piece together what was happening. They weren't just watching me anymore. They were guiding me. Not with threats, not with force. With permission. That's what the key felt like. Not an order, not a message. An invitation. And for the first time since this all started, I wasn't afraid in the same way. I wasn't sure if that made it better or worse. I left the house early the next morning. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I didn't bring my phone. I didn't take the car. I walked, with the key tucked into my jacket pocket and the photo in my back pocket, folded in half like it was mine. I didn't know where I was going until I got there. It was an old self-storage facility on the west side of town. I'd passed it dozens of times over the years, but never paid much attention. It had one of those faded signs with crooked letters and a number to call that no one ever answers. The front gate was open. No one at the desk. The place was empty, quiet. Rows of steel doors stretching down long concrete corridors that smelled like dust and oil and old cardboard. I didn't need a map. I turned left, then right, then stopped at Unit 37. The door was painted red, same color as the fragile sticker. The key slid into the lock like it had been waiting. I hesitated just for a second. Then I turned it. The latch popped with a soft clunk. The overhead bulb in the corridor flickered once. Then I lifted the door. Inside it was dark. No light, no motion. Just shelves. Floor-to-ceiling metal racks, maybe 10 feet deep. Every inch of them filled with cardboard boxes, all identical. Same size, same duct tape, same red sticker. Some were labeled, some weren't. Some had names, most didn't. There had to be hundreds of them. I stepped inside. It felt like walking into a library where nothing had ever been read. I ran my fingers along the boxes, not really sure what I was looking for. And then I saw it, a box with my name on it. Printed in bold marker across the top flap, underneath a date, today's date. I opened it. Inside was a phone. Not a burner this time, a smartphone, standard, black case. It vibrated the moment I picked it up. No lock screen, no password. Just a single open window, a video. I pressed play. It was a live stream. Of me, standing in the storage unit, holding the phone. I looked up, then back down at the screen. The feed was live. No delay. A perfect mirror, 1 second behind. I turned slowly, heart hammering, scanning the corners of the unit. No visible camera, no sound, just the quiet hum of the corridor bulb and the echo of my own breathing. Then, on the screen, a second video window popped open. Split screen. On the right, a live feed of someone else, a woman, not the one from before, a different one, walking through her apartment, towel on her head, brushing her teeth. No awareness that anyone was watching. Below the video were two buttons, archive and forward. That was it. No names, no instructions, just options. I stood there for a long time. I don't know how long. Eventually, I put the phone back in the box. I closed the lid. I locked the unit behind me. I walked home. That was 4 days ago. No more packages have come. No more photos, no more knocks, no more vans. Just silence. But sometimes at night, I still think about those two buttons. Archive, forward. And I wonder how many people actually press them. I never told anyone about the storage unit. Not the police, not my coworkers, not the few friends I still talk to, not even my brother, who's the kind of guy who would believe me without asking for proof. Because that's the thing about stories like this, once you say them out loud, they stop sounding real. The more detail you give, the less anyone believes. It becomes easier to assume something's wrong with you, not the world. Safer too. So I stayed quiet. The phone stayed in the box. The box stayed in the unit. And the key stayed in my desk drawer, where I could see it every morning when I reached for my wallet. For the first few days, I didn't sleep much. Every little noise at night made me freeze. I kept checking the window, waiting to see the van again, but nothing came. Not a sound, not a message. The air around me stopped vibrating. It was like they were done with me. And for a while, I believed that. But then something strange started happening. I started noticing other people. Not in the obvious sense. Not staring at me or following me. Not others, like you see in movies, lurking in black coats. Just other people. At coffee shops, on the bus, at the library, people who sat too still, who didn't touch their drinks, who didn't scroll their phones, people who watched. Not me, just everything. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. A certain stillness, a focus, like they're waiting for something to happen, and they already know what it's going to be. That's when I understood. I hadn't been singled out. I'd been inducted. Not into a club, not a cult, just a system, a pattern, something old and invisible and quiet that most people pass by without ever noticing. But once you open that first box, you stop being most people. It's been 3 weeks since I went to the storage unit. I went back once. I told myself I wasn't going to open the box, that I just needed to know if it was still there, but I already knew it would be. Same box, same phone, same 2 buttons. Only this time, there were more names on the shelves. Labeled, tagged, dated. I didn't recognize any of them, but one of them near the bottom, close to the wall, had today's date on it, just like mine did the first time. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. The phone in my box vibrated when I touched it, the same way it did before. It lit up on its own. There was no live stream this time, no face, just text. You understand now. I didn't reply. I put it back and left. When I got home, there was nothing on the porch, nothing in the mail, nothing under the mat. But there was a man sitting on the bench across the street. Middle-aged, business casual, paper cup in hand. He never looked at me. But I knew. He'd opened his box, too. That's how this works. You're given a glimpse, a key, a choice, and whether you use it or not, you're marked by it, changed. Your role begins the second you know. There's no ceremony, no reward, no speech. Just silence. And responsibility, because this isn't a chain of violence. It's a chain of observation, and now I'm part of it. It took me a while to make peace with that. At first, I thought I'd go to the police again, try to push harder, bring them the key, demand an investigation. But what would I say? That I was being watched by people who didn't threaten me. That I was sent a phone that let me look into people's lives, and instead of turning it over, I kept it. That I was curious? There's no way to say that and come out clean. So I chose something else. I made a decision. I went to the unit one last time. I brought a fresh phone, factory reset, no accounts. I opened the box, picked up the original phone, and watched the screen light up again. Another stream. Another woman. Different this time, older. Maybe in her 50s, watering plants, listening to music, completely unaware. Below her feed, the buttons. Archive, forward. I didn't touch them. Not for a long time. And when I finally did, I pressed archive. The screen went black. That's all that happened. No confirmation, no sound. Just gone. I put the phone back in the box and closed the lid. When I stepped outside, the sky was just starting to turn. That soft pink blue that comes before sunrise, where the air smells faintly like electricity. The world was still the same. But I wasn't. I didn't feel proud or brave. I just felt steady, like I'd finally settled into whatever this is. And now, I think I understand my place. I don't get to walk away, but I do get to choose. Every day. What to see, what to pass on, what to stop. And maybe that's the point. Maybe this whole thing doesn't exist to create harm, but to decide who lets it happen, who passes it forward without thinking, who looks, shrugs, and clicks. There are more units, more shelves, more boxes, more people waking up to a world that doesn't quite fit the shape they thought it had. And some of them will press forward. But not me. Not today. Tomorrow, maybe. But not today. I got the deal through one of those last-minute booking apps. You know, the kind, vague listings, blurry photos, business king room, in a chain hotel that had probably changed ownership 6 times in the last decade. I wasn't picky. I had a conference in Manchester and didn't want to shell out full price for one night. It was just me, one bag, and a PowerPoint I was dreading presenting the next morning. The lobby was clean enough, slightly too warm, that smell of overused carpet shampoo thick in the air. A man at the front desk handed me a key card with one hand while scrolling his phone with the other. He told me the lift was down, but that it was only one flight. I nodded and took the stairs, dragging my suitcase behind me with a rattle. Room 212. The hallway was dim and silent. One of the overhead bulbs flickered when I passed beneath it. I didn't think much of it. These kinds of places always felt a bit in between, not quite empty, but not alive either. The room itself was fine. That's the word I kept using, fine. One double bed with a maroon throw across the foot, small desk with a broken lampshade, TV bolted to the wall. The bathroom was clean but tired, grout lines yellowed with age. There was a single high window that faced a brick wall, about 2 feet from the glass. No view, no natural light. I set my things down, changed into a hoodie and joggers, and lay on the bed with the television on low. Just background noise. I was too wired to sleep, too bored to do anything else. Ended up scrolling through my phone for most of the evening, killing time until it made sense to try and sleep. I turned everything off around midnight. The room was silent, not peaceful, just off, like it wasn't used to someone being inside. The mattress was too soft, the air felt dry, and the sheets smelled faintly of lavender and something else I couldn't place. Something flat and stale, like dust that had settled too deep into the fabric to wash out. I fell asleep sometime around 1. I woke up to breathing. At first I thought it was mine, that half-asleep confusion where you hear your own body like it's someone else's, but it wasn't mine. The rhythm was wrong, slower, deeper. A dry rasp at the end of each exhale. I opened my eyes. The room was dark, but not completely. The curtain was cracked slightly at the top, letting in a sliver of light from the brick wall lamp outside. I could see the shapes of furniture, the foot of the bed, my open suitcase against the far wall. The sound was still going. Not from the hallway. Not through the door. It was behind me. The headboard was mounted to the wall, a simple wooden panel bolted above the mattress. The breathing came from directly behind it, close enough to feel like it was in the same room. Close enough to feel like if I put my hand flat against the wall, I'd feel warmth pulsing through it. I didn't move for a long time. Just lay there, frozen, listening. The breaths were steady, not labored, not panicked. Just steady, in and out, in and out. I told myself it had to be a pipe, or maybe someone in the next room. Thin walls. These places are full of noise, but I didn't hear anything else. No creaking, no plumbing, no voices. Just that breathing, perfectly timed like a metronome. I sat up slowly, switched on the lamp. The sound stopped. Not faded, not muffled. Stopped. I waited a minute. Then 2. Then got out of bed and knelt on the mattress, facing the headboard. I leaned in close, pressed my ear against the wall. Nothing, but something felt off about the panel itself. I ran my fingers along the edges. The headboard wasn't flush with the wall. There was a small gap near the bottom, just enough space to slide a finger behind it. I pulled gently. It didn't move much, but I could feel that it was hollow behind. Not plaster, not brick. Air. Space. And something else. A draft, cool and faint, brushing against my fingertips. I grabbed the edge of the mattress, and shifted it a few inches forward, just enough to expose the wall behind. That's when I saw the vent. It was small, square, and painted the same color as the wall, off-white with a few scuff marks. Easy to miss unless you were looking for it. The cover was metal, screwed in at each corner. But in the center, behind the slats, there was something round. Glossy. It caught the light. I leaned closer, and that's when I saw the lens. A camera. Small, no bigger than a fingertip. The kind used in phone screens or peepholes. Pointed directly at the bed. I backed away fast. My whole body felt electric. Not panicked, not yet, just lit up with adrenaline. I stood in the middle of the room, staring at the vent like it might blink. The breathing hadn't returned. But I didn't feel alone. I grabbed my bag, shoved everything inside without folding or sorting, and left the room with the lights still on. I didn't look back, didn't double-check the drawers. I just walked out and took the stairs down, my heart pounding like I'd left the oven on. At the desk, a different man was working. Young, polite, too polite. I told him I wanted to check out early. He gave me a rehearsed smile and asked if everything had been all right. I told him there was a vent behind the bed with something in it. His face changed. Not confused, not concerned. Just blank. Then he said, "That room hasn't been booked in months." I didn't ask any more questions. I left, and I haven't booked a last-minute room since. I didn't go home right away. I drove for a while, past the city limits, past a few roundabouts I didn't recognize, until I found a petrol station with a lit-up car park and an open cafe. I ordered a tea I didn't drink and sat in the back corner with my laptop open, staring at the login screen for longer than I care to admit. I couldn't stop thinking about the sound. That low, wet rhythm of air. The way it had stopped the second I turned on the lamp, like someone holding their breath and waiting. It didn't feel like a coincidence. It felt reactive. It felt like whatever was back there knew I was awake. I wasn't ready to drive home, not yet. I didn't want to get back to my flat and lie awake in silence, wondering if I'd brought something back with me. I know how that sounds. Like superstition or guilt or some mix of both. But when you walk out of a room and someone tells you it should have been empty for months, it changes the rules in your head. I kept seeing the lens. Not the breathing, not the sound, just the eye of it. That tiny glossy circle catching the light like it wanted me to notice, like it had been waiting. Once the tea had gone cold, I opened my browser and searched the hotel by name. First few results were standard booking sites, mixed reviews, some travel blogs. The sort of things that might say the towels were thin or the breakfast was overpriced, but no mention of anything unusual, no mentions of vents or cameras or strange noise complaints. Nothing that matched what I had experienced. I dug deeper. I started looking through archived news articles, narrowing the search by location and year. I skimmed crime reports, landlord disputes, old fire inspections, and then I found it. It was a single paragraph buried in an article from 8 years ago. The piece was about a missing woman from Salford. Her name was Anna Reeves, 28 years old. Last seen leaving a restaurant in the city center. There was a grainy CCTV image of her crossing the street just before midnight, alone, holding her coat closed against the wind. The article wasn't about the hotel, not directly. But near the end it said her phone had last pinged near the Manchester Hotel District, and then in a single throwaway line, it mentioned that she had booked a room at a chain location on Piccadilly, the one I had just left. Room 212. It was written clearly, not a suggestion, a fact. She had booked that room. But there was no follow-up. No note of whether she had checked in. No mention of whether staff had seen her. It was like the room swallowed the story along with her. I copied the article and saved a PDF, not because I planned to share it, just because I needed to know I wasn't going to wake up and find it gone. The next step wasn't logical, it wasn't safe, but it felt necessary. I drove back, not to the hotel itself, just to the street behind it. I parked 2 blocks away and walked through the back alleys until I found the staff door. No cameras that I could see. A small rusted bin enclosure with cigarette butts piled around the corner. A few crates stacked by the back entrance. I stood there for a minute before turning back. I wasn't going to break in. I wasn't that far gone, but I needed to feel how close I could get before something told me to leave. And that feeling came fast. I didn't hear breathing this time. I didn't see a camera. But I did hear a knock. Not from the building. From my car. I turned around slowly and saw a man standing beside the driver's door. Late 40s. Hoodie zipped halfway up. He didn't wave, didn't shout. Just tapped his knuckles against the window once more, like it was his car and I had parked in the wrong place. I walked back, trying not to look nervous. He turned and walked off without saying a word. No confrontation, no threat. Just gone around the corner and out of sight. I checked the door. No marks, nothing missing. But I locked it anyway and drove home with every mirror angled so I could see behind me. Back at my flat, I finally let myself collapse. I closed the curtains, turned on every light. I didn't sleep. I didn't even lie down. I sat on the sofa with a blanket wrapped around my shoulders and played an old movie at low volume, just to keep the silence away. The next morning, I called the hotel. I gave a fake name and asked to speak to someone about a lost item. I said I had stayed in room 212. The voice on the phone hesitated, said 212 was not currently available. I asked why. They said the room was out of service for maintenance. I asked what kind of maintenance. They hung up. Not disconnected, not static, just a click, a line gone dead. That was 2 days ago. Since then, I haven't received any calls, no follow-up, no apology, nothing. I told myself I should let it go. People vanish every day. Hotel managers lie. Maybe the lens was a leftover from some weird security setup. Maybe the breathing came from next door or from the vent itself. Maybe my brain filled in the rest because it needed a story. But last night, I got an email. No subject, no sender listed, just a single line of text in the body. It said, "Room 212 is not empty." That's all. I didn't reply. I deleted the email. But I didn't forget it, because neither did whoever sent it. I told myself I was done. After the email, I shut my laptop and swore I wouldn't open it again for anything that wasn't work-related. I made tea. I watched a sitcom I didn't really follow. I told myself that whatever room 212 was or wasn't, it didn't matter now. I had left it behind. But the truth was, the moment I read that line, room 212 is not empty, something changed. Not in the way I felt about the room, in the way I felt about myself. I realized I had become part of it. That email wasn't marketing spam or some troll on a forum. That was personal, directed. It meant someone had seen me, watched me leave, and remembered. By morning, I had the familiar hollow feeling of unfinished business. I tried to ignore it, but it came back like a bruise you forgot was there. So I started digging again. This time I searched for guest reviews, not official listings, but the weird corners of the internet, independent hotel review blogs, forgotten forums, pages people don't know how to delete. I filtered every mention of that hotel name with the word breathing. There weren't many hits, but there was one. A post from 4 years ago, archived and anonymous. It had no title, just a timestamp and a short story. A man described checking into the hotel late at night after missing a train. The staff gave him a key to a room on the second floor, near the end of the corridor. He didn't remember the number, but he remembered waking up around 3 a.m. to the sound of someone breathing heavily behind the headboard. He said he lay there, frozen, for almost 10 minutes before getting up to splash water on his face. When he came back from the bathroom, the sound had stopped. He checked out early. No refund. He ended the post with one sentence that stuck with me. It felt like the room was trying to breathe through me. That line stayed with me all day. I couldn't stop picturing that little square vent, the camera lens behind it, the hollow behind the headboard. I kept coming back to that moment when I leaned in close and felt the draft. It hadn't been strong. Just enough to register, but vents don't work like that. Air conditioning makes noise, heat makes noise. That space was silent. The air moved, but nothing powered it. It was like the room itself was exhaling. That night I called a friend who used to do maintenance work in older buildings. I asked him a hypothetical question. What would be behind a sealed headboard in a hotel like that? He said probably nothing. Most hotel walls back onto identical rooms, a solid partition. No reason to leave a void unless it was structural. I asked if anyone could access it. He said not unless it was built that way on purpose. The way he said on purpose didn't sit right. I stayed up late that night reading about hidden camera laws, about how some hotels have been caught installing devices for surveillance, sometimes for reasons no one ever fully explains. Most stories had lawsuits, police statements, settlements, but not that hotel, not room 212. No complaints filed, no warnings online, nothing to market. I searched police records next. Tried to find any follow-up on the missing woman, Anna Reeves. No arrests, no theories, just one more article, older than the first, from the week after she vanished. It mentioned that a cleaning staff member had come forward saying they thought they saw her in the hallway near the vending machine. 3 a.m. Same floor. No CCTV footage available. The staff member said she looked lost or confused. She was wearing a hotel robe and no shoes. They had not reported it at the time because they thought she was just a tired guest. That detail made something turn over in my stomach, because when I checked in, there had been no vending machine on that floor. Just the corridor, just the rooms, just a single flickering light overhead. The machine had been removed. No one had replaced it. But if she had really been there, if she had really wandered out at that hour, confused and barefoot, then the timeline didn't match the story in the article about her phone pinging the area and then going dark, because it hadn't gone dark. She had. That thought chilled me more than the email. The silence, the disappearance, the implication that people had seen her and chosen not to remember, or had been told not to. I wrote down everything. I opened a new file and typed out the timeline as best I could. Arrival. Room number. Breathing. The vent. The lens. The staff's reaction. The article. The post. The email. It felt like stitching together something that was never supposed to be a full picture. But I kept going. I searched for other names linked to the hotel, and eventually I found another one. Robert Hale. He had been listed as missing for 2 weeks in late autumn 5 years ago. The last place he was seen. A hotel bar on the edge of Manchester's city centre. The same street. A different room, but on the same floor. Second level. And when the police followed up with the hotel, they were told there was no record of him ever checking in. I looked for his photo. Nothing remarkable. Just a man in his 30s, button-up shirt, kind eyes. Gone without explanation. And now his name, like Anna's, had been reduced to a paragraph online and a cold note in a database somewhere. That's when it hit me. The room might not be haunted. It might not be cursed. It might just be designed that way. Somewhere along the line, someone turned room 212 into something else. Not a place to stay. A place to take. I didn't tell anyone I was going back. Not because I was afraid they would stop me, more because I wasn't sure what I would even say. Hey, I think I stayed in a hotel room that watches people and possibly swallows them whole doesn't come across well, even with friends who know you're not prone to panic. I kept everything to myself, packed a small bag, and took the train into Manchester like I was just running errands. I didn't bring a laptop, no recording gear. Just a notebook, a pen, and an old disposable camera I had lying around from a birthday 3 years ago. I didn't want to rely on anything digital, not this time. I walked into the lobby around 3 in the afternoon. Same beige walls, same soft music that sounded like it was playing underwater. A new guy at the desk, young, neat, buttoned up like he was still trying to impress someone. I asked for a room. One night, I said, no special requests. He tapped a few keys and gave me a small smile. We have one available on the 2nd floor, room 212. My stomach tightened. I nodded, tried to keep my face still. He slid the key card across the desk and told me the lift was working again. I thanked him and didn't use it. I took the stairs 2 at a time, gripping the bag too tightly in my hand. The hallway hadn't changed. Same light flickering halfway down. Same odd quiet, like everything had been turned down a notch. I walked slowly to the door, listening. Not for breathing. Not yet. Just for anything that would tell me I wasn't alone. Room 212. The numbers on the door were slightly crooked, like they'd been removed and put back on by someone who didn't care. I slid the key card. The lock clicked. The room was the same. Exactly the same. Maroon bed throw, desk lamp with the cracked shade, same faint smell of something too clean layered over something much older. I didn't move right away. Just stood there in the doorway, trying to figure out if it felt different. It didn't. It felt like it was waiting. I set my bag on the chair and pulled the mattress away from the headboard just like before. There it was, the vent, same off-white paint, same scratches around the corners where it had been installed. I pulled out the disposable camera and took a photo. Then I knelt, flashlight in hand, and looked through the slats again. This time there was no lens. Just darkness. And space. I should have been relieved. Instead, I felt worse. Because now it meant someone had removed it. Someone knew it had been seen. I didn't try to unscrew the vent. I didn't want to find a wire or a hole or worse. I had another idea. I turned the flashlight off. I lay down on the bed and closed my eyes. And I waited. The hours passed slowly. Outside, traffic thinned. The air conditioning unit on the other side of the building hummed on and off. I didn't sleep. At exactly 3 a.m, I heard it again. The breathing. This time I didn't freeze. I opened my eyes slowly, careful not to move. The sound was fainter than before, but it was there. Right behind the headboard. I reached under the pillow and pulled out the notebook. I wrote one sentence. 3:01 a.m. breathing started again. I pressed my ear to the wall. The sound was clearer there. Slow inhales, even slower exhales, almost thoughtful, like it wasn't struggling. Just waiting. I knocked once, softly, on the wall. The breathing stopped. I waited. 10 seconds, then 15. Then it started again. But now it was louder. Faster. Like something had woken up. I stood and pushed the mattress out of the way completely. I shone my light through the vent again. Still darkness. But now it was deeper. I don't know how else to explain that. It looked the same, but it felt like the space had widened. Like it was deeper now than it had been before. I whispered, "Who's there?" The breathing stopped. And then something tapped back. 3 soft knocks. Just behind the wall. I staggered back and hit the desk with my hip. The lamp flickered. I stared at the wall like it would open. Nothing did. I didn't sleep. I sat in the desk chair, notebook open on my lap, camera on the table, flashlight on the floor. At 5 a.m, the breathing stopped completely. The silence was worse. I packed my things and checked out at 6. The guy at the desk didn't say a word. He didn't even look at me. Back home, I developed the photo. Just one. The shot of the vent. But when I picked it up from the shop, there was something wrong. The photo was blank. Not overexposed, not damaged. Just gray. A full square of nothing, like the camera had taken a picture of fog, or of a place that didn't want to be seen. I stared at it for a long time. Then I put it in a drawer and didn't open it again. I tried to forget about the photo. I tucked it in a folder at the back of my desk drawer and didn't look at it again. It was just gray, completely gray. Not blurry, not black, not even out of focus, just one solid tone like it had been filled with static and silence. The shop said the camera was working fine, no chemical issues, no processing errors. 1 frame out of 24, they said, just that one. It took me 3 days to realize I had to go back again. Not to the hotel. I had done that already. I had seen what I was meant to see. This time, I needed to know who had made it that way. I needed to understand why room 212 was allowed to keep swallowing people whole, while the staff just handed out keys like nothing was wrong. So I started calling. The hotel's main number routed me in circles. I got a new voice every time, different names, different scripts, all saying the same things. They could not disclose guest histories. They could not confirm room status. One woman even told me the room was under long-term renovation, even though I had just slept in it 48 hours earlier. I gave up on the phone and started digging through property records, Manchester Council databases, building licenses, fire inspections. I filed a few public record requests. Used an old uni login I still had access to. Most of it was noise, but eventually, one name kept showing up. Torrance Holdings Limited. They were listed as the parent company for the property, a holding group registered in Manchester but tied to addresses in other cities. I followed the trail until I found a company registry listing from 12 years ago that named a director. Just one. Walter Hale. The surname stopped me. Hale. The same name as Robert Hale, the man who went missing 5 years ago, last seen at the hotel. I started pulling old news again. Robert Hale, age 34, vanished in early November. Police said he had been on a business trip. Last contact was with his wife. A text saying he had checked in safely, then nothing. I looked deeper into Walter Hale. Not much. He was older, 60s maybe. He had run a few companies, most of them dissolved, all small, all with vague names and little public history. A man who moved behind paperwork. But I found a number. I stared at it for a long time before calling. He answered on the 3rd ring. His voice was calm, polite, not surprised. I told him I was writing about urban legends, strange hotel stories, that I had come across the name of his company in some documents and wanted to ask a few questions. There was a pause. Then he said, "You stayed in the room." It wasn't a question. I said yes. He asked, "Did you move the mattress?" I said yes. Another pause. Then he said, "You're not the first, but you're one of the only ones who left." I asked him what that meant. He said, "The room is not haunted, it's occupied." I waited for him to go on. He didn't. I asked him what was behind the vent, what was in the wall, what had happened to Anna Reeves, to Robert Hale. I asked him if he had built it that way, or if he had just inherited something that couldn't be removed. He said only this: the room was sealed in 1980, 3 after a tenant died inside. It was not a hotel then. It was housing, council owned. No family, no funeral, just a quiet note in a file. The wall was added later. The vent was never meant to be accessible, but things shift over time. I asked him what had died in there. He said, something that needed company. I asked him if the breathing was real. He said, not anymore. I asked him if he ever stayed there himself. He hung up. I sat there with the receiver pressed to my ear long after the line went dead. Then I wrote everything down. I printed the missing persons reports. I saved the old building plans. I copied the emails and my notes and the transcribed call. I put it all in an envelope and mailed it to myself. Just in case. That night, I dreamed of the room again. But this time I was outside it, standing in the hallway holding the key card while the door pulsed like it was breathing. The whole frame inhaling and exhaling. I never opened it. I just stood there, listening. When I woke up, I knew what I had to do. Not go back. Not to the room. To the council office. I requested a visit to the archives, historical property files, specifically the building that housed the hotel before conversion. The clerk handed me a box. Inside were blueprints. Old ones. Faded, stained, but legible. Room 212 had not been a room originally. It had been part of a larger flat. Flat 4. A top-floor unit. But in 1983, the layout changed. A dividing wall was added. A door sealed. And in the margins of the plan, a handwritten note. Unit split per incident. No re-entry permitted. No details. No explanation. Just that. I photocopied it. I put the copy in the envelope with the rest. When I left the building, the air felt heavier than it should have. Not hot. Not cold. Just thick. Like the moment before a thunderclap. I went home. I double-locked the door. And for the first time in days, I unplugged everything. I sat in the dark and waited. There was no breathing. But I still felt watched. I didn't leave the flat for 3 days after I found the blueprints. I kept the envelope on the coffee table, sealed with everything inside: the photographs, the articles, the notes from my call with Walter Hale, and the floor plan showing the wall that should never have been built. I told myself I was done, that I had everything I needed, that I had made it out of the room, and that alone should be enough. But I kept coming back to one question. Who else was left? How many people had checked into that room and never walked back out? The official count was 0, but Anna Reeves, Robert Hale. A list of others whose names never made the papers, whose families never heard back. The disappearances that got written off as travel gone wrong, or simply dropped by time. And that breathing. I could still hear it sometimes, even in my flat. Not as sound, as memory, a rhythm that had carved itself into the back of my brain. I would be brushing my teeth or standing in the lift at work, and suddenly I'd feel it again, that quiet intake, that rasping exhale, like something just outside the wall was waiting for me to fall asleep. By the 4th night, I knew I had to go back one last time. Not to stay. Not to ask questions. To end it. I arrived just after 2 in the morning. I parked down the road and walked the rest of the way, the hotel rising ahead of me like it had always been there. No windows open, no lights showing through the curtains. Just a quiet rectangle of concrete, the kind of building that people pass by without ever really seeing. The front door was unlocked. The desk was empty. I stepped inside and paused, listening for voices. Nothing. No music, no footsteps, just the low hum of the vending machine in the far corner, the one they claimed had been removed. I took the stairs to the second floor. The hallway stretched ahead, dim and familiar. The same bulb still flickered near the middle. I counted doors until I reached 212. The numbers were missing. Only the faint outline of where they had been screwed into the wood. I tried the handle. It opened. No key card, no resistance. Just the soft click of a latch giving way. Inside, the room was exactly how I remembered it. The maroon throw, the headboard, the vent in the wall, the faint chemical smell that had never fully gone. I didn't bring bags this time, just a small crowbar and my phone. I walked straight to the bed and pulled it forward until the headboard was fully exposed. Then I started working on the vent. The screws came loose faster than I expected, like someone had already done this before me. I pulled the cover off and set it gently on the floor. Behind it was nothing but black. Not darkness black. A void. I reached inside, phone in one hand, flashlight on. The beam caught something. A surface. Maybe 2 feet back. I leaned in further. It was not a wall. It was a door. A small one, about half the size of a cupboard. Flat metal with chipped white paint and a sliding bolt on one side. I hesitated, my fingers hovering near the latch. Then I slid it open. The panel creaked. Inside, the space opened wider than it should have. I crawled through. The room was no bigger than a walk-in wardrobe, but the air was colder. Still, it smelled like dust and damp cloth. The floor was covered in what looked like old bedding. Thin sheets, gray with age, laid out like a nest. And in the far corner, something moved. A shape. Small. Still breathing. But it wasn't alive. Not anymore. It was a body. Mummified by time, curled in the fetal position, arms wrapped tight around its chest. I stepped closer and saw the remains of a robe, the hotel's logo still visible near the shoulder. Beside it, a phone. Smashed screen, dead battery. Anna Reeves. I knelt down, heart hammering, and whispered her name. The air changed. Behind me, something shifted. Not sound. Not motion. Just pressure. I turned. Nothing. But the breathing had stopped. For good this time. I left the way I came in. Slid the vent cover back into place. Did not touch the bedding. Did not disturb the body. I walked downstairs. Still no staff. Still no one at the desk. I left through the lobby and walked until I found the first open cafe and called the police. I gave them my name. Told them where to go. Told them what they'd find. I did not wait around. Back home, I left the envelope on the kitchen counter. It felt lighter now, like its purpose had been fulfilled. The news reported on the discovery the next day. Human remains found in sealed utility space in local hotel. No foul play suspected. Identity pending. The hotel chain released a statement calling it a shocking and tragic discovery and promised a full investigation. Room 212 was never mentioned. But I knew. I had seen it. I had heard it. And now it was over. For me. For her. Maybe even for the room. I still don't book last-minute hotels. Still don't sleep with my bed against the wall. But I do breathe easier now, because whatever had been there, whatever had fed on silence and secrets, was finished. Rooms don't stay hungry forever. Eventually they fill, and then they rest. It's weird how quickly you stop questioning things when you work night shift. I think that's the first thing I noticed after about a month. Stuff that would seem totally off during the day just blends in after midnight. People talking to themselves in the energy drink aisle. A regular customer who only buys hard-boiled eggs and lighters. The hum of the freezer that sounds like someone whispering if you stand too close. You stop blinking at it. You just scan, bag, nod, and wait for sunrise. I started working at the store because I needed something that paid better than my last job, which was delivering furniture part-time for a guy who never paid on time. I didn't think much about the overnight hours. Stockholm doesn't sleep completely, and I figured a convenience store would just mean coffee runs and the occasional drunk guy looking for snacks. For the most part, that's what it was. Until I noticed the man in aisle 4. The first time I saw him, it was around 3 in the morning, more specifically, 3:08. I only remember the time because I looked up at the clock wondering why the front door hadn't beeped. That chime always goes off when someone walks in, even if they just crack the door a little. It's annoying but helpful. This time it didn't beep. I looked up and there he was. Middle-aged, average height, wearing an old gray jacket, jeans that looked stiff from years of wear, and a knitted cap pulled too low over his forehead. I couldn't see his eyes clearly. He was standing still at the end of aisle 4, the cleaning supplies and canned food section, just standing, not browsing, not shifting his weight. Just there, facing the shelves like he was trying to remember what he came in for. I assumed he'd wandered in quietly. Maybe the chime glitched. It happens. I didn't approach him. He didn't look threatening, just out of place. I gave him a few minutes, then turned to restock behind the counter. When I looked back up 5 minutes later, he was gone. No beep on the way out either. I chalked it up to being tired. Those hours warp your brain. I went back to work and didn't think about it again until 2 nights later. Same thing. 3:08. He was just there. Same spot, same clothes, same position, facing aisle 4. This time I kept my eyes on him longer. I watched him stand there for at least 7 or 8 minutes. Then I looked down to scan something for a customer, and when I looked back, he was gone again. No chime, no door opening, nothing. That made my chest feel tight, not panic, just that quiet pressure that tells you something's off and your body noticed it before your brain did. I pulled up the security feed after my shift, just to see if maybe the motion sensor or the chime was busted. That's when it got weirder. The footage showed him arriving right on time, 3:08. Frame by frame, you could see him appear just past the soda display, turning slowly into aisle 4. No footsteps, no entry. He didn't come through the door. The video jumped slightly between 2 frames, and he was just there, like the system dropped a second or 2 of footage. I fast-forwarded to when I looked away. One moment he was standing still. The next, the feed flickered just a slight distortion, and he was gone. I saved the clip. I even showed it to the manager the next day. She gave me this tight little smile and said, "Yeah, he's been doing that for years." Like it was normal. Like I had just noticed a weird clock that always chimed at the same time but nobody heard anymore. She told me other employees had brought it up too, always around 3:08, always aisle 4, always the same man. Some of them thought it was a prank, some thought it was a glitch in the system. One guy swore it was a ghost and refused to work past midnight again. That guy quit last winter. The manager just shrugged it off, said we're 24 hours. Weird stuff happens. I started looking through old footage when it was slow, pulled files from before I even worked there. I figured it would be once or twice, maybe a coincidence, maybe a loop that played when the system glitched. But it wasn't. He was there almost every night, 3:08, without fail, always in the same position, never touching anything, just staring at the shelf like he'd lost something and was waiting for it to come back. Some nights, the footage jumped right before he appeared. Other nights, it didn't. Once, the timestamp rolled back by a second. Just a little skip, nothing dramatic. But always the same presence, like he was tied to that space, and the hour itself was the key that unlocked him. After about 2 weeks of this, I started feeling different when he showed up. Not afraid, just unsettled in a way I couldn't explain. Like the room went cold without the temperature changing. Like I could hear something vibrating just beyond what I could actually hear. One night, I tried walking down the aisle while he was there. I didn't make it far. My legs just locked up. And he turned. Just a little. Just enough to show me the side of his face. He wasn't looking at the shelves at all. He was waiting. And I swear, he smiled. Just a fraction of one, but it was there. I didn't go near him again. Not for a while. I didn't talk to him for a long time after that night. I know that sounds weak, but I need you to understand something. When you work alone during the dead hours, you learn to ignore a lot. Not because you don't care, but because noticing too much makes things worse. It opens the door wider. You start hearing things in the fridge motor, reading faces on the cereal boxes. I figured if I could just leave him alone, maybe he'd do the same. But ignoring him didn't help. If anything, it started to feel like that was exactly what he wanted. Every night at 3:08, he came back. Same clothes, same silence, same aisle. I tried not to look at him directly, but I could feel him. I could feel the shift in the air every time. I could be halfway across the store, restocking gum or mopping the floor, and the second he arrived, it was like something in the air turned still and tight. Like the entire building was holding its breath until he left. I don't know when I started seeing him out of the corner of my eye at other times. I'd be on the tram home, just as the sky started to lighten, and I'd swear I saw the same gray jacket reflected in the window behind me. Or I'd be walking to the store for my shift and see someone turn a corner up ahead with the same stiff walk, the same low cap. I'd blink, and they'd be gone. I told myself I was tired, that the hours were catching up to me, but that didn't explain what I found on the footage one night. It was slow. Around 2:45 in the morning, I was bored, and the store was quiet, so I skimmed back through the feed just to see if he'd appeared yet. That's when I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A frame skip around 2 minutes earlier than usual. At 3:06, there was a flash of static fast, barely a blink, and then his reflection was already there, in the fridge door. Only the fridge was closed. No chime. No motion near the entrance. Just a reflection of a man who hadn't entered yet, standing in aisle 4 as if he'd already arrived. That messed with my head. It meant he wasn't walking in. He was being placed. Like the system didn't capture his arrival, because there was no arrival to capture. He was just suddenly there, like a save point loading in a game. Like he had always been in aisle 4, and the camera just needed to remember it. After that, I couldn't keep quiet anymore. The idea that he was standing there every night, unnoticed by most people, just waiting for something, made my skin crawl. I started asking questions around the neighborhood, not obvious ones. Just casual things, like whether anyone else came to the store late, whether anyone remembered a man who always walked in without buying anything. Most people hadn't seen him. One guy, a retired security guard, said the man had been around when he was still working patrol in the area. Said he'd always found him strange but harmless. Then he told me something I wasn't ready for. He said the man used to come to the store when it was a different brand, back when it was still family-owned. That was over 15 years ago. He said the guy looked exactly the same. I asked if maybe it was his memory playing tricks, that maybe it was just a similar-looking guy. He shook his head. Said he remembered the clothes, the posture. Said the man never changed. That did it for me. That night, I waited. I didn't even pretend to be busy. I stood behind the counter, arms crossed, eyes on the door, until the clock hit 3:08. No chime. But there he was. Not appearing, not exactly, but turning, slowly, into aisle 4 like he had taken a step from some place just outside of time. Like he had been waiting to align with the moment. I walked toward him before I could talk myself out of it. My throat was dry, my palms were slick, but I moved anyway. Slow steps, steady breath. When I reached the edge of the aisle, I stopped. He didn't turn. He didn't move. I said quietly, "Can I help you with something?" "Nothing." The silence wasn't empty. It was deliberate. He wasn't ignoring me. He was listening. I tried again. "You're here every night. You never buy anything, are you? Looking for something?" Still nothing. I stepped closer. That's when he turned. Not fast, just a slow, deliberate rotation. His body pivoted like his feet hadn't moved in 100 years. His eyes met mine, and for the first time I saw them clearly. They weren't empty. They were tired. He looked at me for a long time, then he opened his mouth. His voice was dry, like paper burning at the edges. "I'm waiting for my receipt." That's all he said. Not angry, not confused. Just waiting. I didn't know what to say. I stood there, frozen, watching him like he was something half remembered from a dream I never wanted to finish. Before I could speak again, he turned back to the shelf. And then he was gone. Not vanished. Just not there anymore. No flicker. No exit. Just absence. I couldn't get that sentence out of my head. I'm waiting for my receipt. It didn't sound like a threat. It didn't even sound like a question. It was more like a statement of fact. Something you'd say when time doesn't move for you the way it moves for everyone else. That's what really stuck with me, the calm in his voice. Like he wasn't trapped, but resigned. Like he already knew what I was going to do next, and had been waiting for it all along. I didn't tell my manager. She wouldn't have cared. She treated everything in the store like static on a radio background noise. Anything that didn't cause a fire or get the police involved was ignored. That's how you survive working nights, she once told me. You tune it out, but I couldn't tune it out anymore. Not after looking him in the eye, not after hearing him speak. It was the kind of moment that rewired something behind your ribs, made the hours between midnight and morning feel like a place you could get stuck in if you weren't careful. I started researching the store. Not online, there wasn't much there except a handful of low-star reviews and a local article about how it used to be an old pharmacy in the 1970s. Instead, I went down the road to the city archives. Stockholm keeps a decent record of business licenses and property ownership, even going back over 50 years. I told the clerk I was doing a university project on commercial development in residential districts. She gave me a tired smile and pointed me toward the public terminals. No one else was in there. The whole place smelled like dust and dried glue. I sat down and typed in the address. The store had changed names 6 times. Started as a grocer, then a drugstore, then a convenience kiosk, then something called Vickland's Sundries, which didn't last long, then a 24-hour mart, then the current chain I worked for. The shift to 24 hours happened in the early 1990s. That matched what the retired security guard said, so I kept digging. Looked for incident reports, insurance claims, old news bulletins. Most of it was boring. Shoplifting, water damage, minor electrical fires. But then I found something different. A small scanned notice buried in the city records, dated February of 1998. A fatal accident reported at the store. 1 customer dead. No criminal charges filed. The report was vague. No photo, no full names. Just a line saying a man collapsed between aisles 3 and 4 at approximately 3:10 in the morning. The file listed the cause of death as cardiac arrest. The employee on duty had called emergency services, but the man was already gone when the paramedics arrived. There was one sentence at the end of the report that gave me chills. Customer collapsed while speaking to clerk, asking about a receipt that never printed. I sat there staring at the screen. The dates, the time, the phrasing, it all lined up. I went back through the system, looked for death records that matched. Eventually I found it. Johann Melberg, age 46, died in February of 1998, lived nearby. Worked as a taxi driver. I didn't know what I expected to feel, maybe a rush of clarity, maybe fear. But what I actually felt was guilt, like I had already failed him. Like the moment he looked at me and said he was waiting for something, he had hoped I would know how to help. And instead, I stood there frozen, useless, watching him vanish again. That night, I came in early for my shift. I printed out a copy of the death report and folded it into my pocket, not because I thought I'd show him, just because I didn't want to be the only one who remembered him. If he had been walking into the store at the same time every night for over 20 years, someone should remember his name. When 3:08 rolled around, he appeared again. Same place, same angle, aisle 4. This time, I walked toward him without hesitation. I didn't speak right away. I just stood near the edge of the aisle and waited. He turned to face me slowly, like he always did, the cap low over his brow, that same old jacket, sleeves too long, but there was something different in his eyes this time. Recognition, maybe. Or something close to relief. I said his name. He didn't react. I said it again. Johann. His lips parted, but he didn't speak. His eyes locked onto mine, and I swear, for just a second, it looked like he was about to cry. I reached into my pocket, unfolded the paper, and held it out. I know what happened, I said. You collapsed here, asking for a receipt. He looked down at the paper but didn't take it. Then he said, quietly, "They told me it was free." That didn't make sense. I asked what he meant. He shook his head, like the words weren't translating properly anymore. I paid, but the receipt never came. You understand? I said I thought I did. He looked toward the counter, then back at me. I just want to go home. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't give him a receipt for something that happened before I worked there, before the register was even the same, but something in my chest told me that wasn't the point. He didn't need the actual receipt. He needed someone to see him, to acknowledge that he'd been left waiting too long. So I went behind the counter. I typed his name into the register as if it were a product. I printed a blank slip with the words "Paid in full" typed across the middle. I brought it to him and held it out. He took it. For the first time, his hands moved. He looked down at the slip, then looked at me, and nodded. I should have been scared when he took the receipt. That's what I expected, a burst of static, lights flickering, something cracking open and making it clear that I'd just crossed a line. But it wasn't like that at all. When his fingers touched the paper, it was quiet, softer than I expected, no fanfare, just a nod. Just a weight being lifted from the air around us like pressure leaving a sealed room. He folded the receipt slowly, precisely, like it mattered, like it was the only thing that ever had. Then he turned toward the front of the store. Not fast, not like he'd been waiting to escape, but calm, decided. I stepped back and let him pass. And this time he walked. That alone was enough to make my heart feel like it skipped a beat. I'd never seen him move past aisle 4, never seen his feet touch the tiles near the register. He moved like he had always known the layout of the place, like the shelves had been built around him. As he passed, I felt the hair on my arms lift, not from cold, from recognition. Like something old was leaving, and the building didn't quite know how to let it go. He reached the door. It opened before he touched it. No chime, no beep, just a smooth parting of glass and wind. And then he stepped out into the street and vanished into the dark. He didn't dissolve, didn't flicker. He just walked into the night and became part of it. I stood behind the counter, holding my breath like I was waiting to wake up. I watched the seconds tick past. 3:12, 3:15. No one else came in. No sound but the buzz of the lights and the hum of the fridge. I didn't feel afraid. I felt still, like something had clicked into place that had been off for too long. For the rest of my shift, I watched the door out of habit, but it stayed closed, and at 3:08 the next night nothing happened. No man, no shadow, just silence. He was gone. I should have felt relieved, but something about it made me uneasy, not in a bad way, just unsettled, like watching the last scene of a film that doesn't end with a clear answer. You know it's over, but your brain keeps waiting for another line, another frame. I pulled the footage from the security system the next morning, just to be sure. The camera showed it clearly. He appeared in aisle 4 at exactly 3:08. I walked over, handed him the slip. He took it, walked toward the door, exited the building, and the camera froze. Only for a second, maybe two. But when the feed resumed, the timestamp had rolled back. 3:06, and there was no one in the aisle. No me, no him. Just static silence. I sat back from the monitor and rubbed my eyes. When I checked the next night's footage, the night after he was gone, something else had changed. The shelf in aisle 4 looked different. I zoomed in. Hard to tell at first, but the labels were wrong. The products were the same, but the spacing was off, like the shelf had shifted somehow. Like something had been pushed into it from the other side, not recently, over time. I didn't want to admit what I was thinking. That maybe the aisle hadn't just hosted him. Maybe it had been part of him. A loop, a holding space. And now that it was empty, it didn't know what to do with itself. Over the next few nights, I noticed more strange things. One of the freezer doors refused to stay shut. It would slowly drift open around 3 in the morning, pause, then close itself by 3:20. The register rang up a phantom item once a line with no barcode, no name. Just the word cleared and a total of 0 kroner. Customers started mentioning odd dreams. Not directly, but in passing. One woman said she kept dreaming about forgetting something important, but not knowing what. Another said he kept seeing someone standing at the edge of his hallway at night, not moving, just waiting. I asked if he recognized the face. He said no. But when I showed him a still frame from the old footage, he didn't speak. Just nodded once and left without buying anything. That's when I started wondering if I'd made a mistake. Not by helping him, but by assuming he was the only one. Because the stillness in the store didn't feel like peace. It felt like the moment after a sound stops and before the next one starts. A pause. And I realized maybe he hadn't been trapped there. Maybe he had been keeping something else out. Maybe that aisle wasn't a prison. Maybe it was a lock. And I just handed him the key. The nights felt longer after he left. I don't know how else to describe it. Time didn't stretch in a literal sense, but something in the rhythm had shifted. The store used to breathe in patterns: door chime, footsteps, register beeps, silence. Then again, a loop, steady enough that you could fall into it and forget you were even awake. But now, the space between those moments grew wider, like the walls were listening more closely, like something was waiting to decide what it wanted to do next. Customers came and went like usual during the early part of the night, but once the clock crept past 2, the air turned thick again, not cold, not warm, just still. Every sound felt louder. The mop bucket squeaked, the lights buzzed louder than they should. Even the hum of the refrigerated cases had a strange edge to it, like something was caught in the fan but never quite hit the blade. And then there was aisle 4. I stopped going down there. I'd restock every other aisle, sweep around it, wipe down shelves, and pretend not to notice that nothing ever fell out of place there. I would watch it from the corner of my eye. I kept expecting to see him, Johann, step back into frame like he'd forgotten something, but he didn't, not once. That space stayed empty, but it never felt unoccupied. One night, maybe 3 days after he left, I noticed a new customer. Young woman, mid-20s maybe, long coat, thick scarf, heavy boots, like she'd been walking for a while. She came in around 3:15. I'd just finished stacking cigarettes behind the counter. I looked up, ready to give the usual polite nod, and she stopped short about halfway into the store. Not because of me, because of something else. She turned her head toward aisle 4, and her whole body tensed. I watched her eyes narrow, her breath catch, like she recognized something she couldn't quite see, but still felt. She didn't move for almost a full minute. Then she shook her head, forced a smile, and walked toward the back cooler. She never bought anything. After a few minutes, she left without speaking. The next night, another customer did almost the same thing, this time a guy in a delivery uniform. Same freeze, same glance toward aisle 4, same half-finished gesture like he was about to say something and then decided not to. It kept happening. Not every person. Just some. The kind of people who seemed tired in the deep way, the way that comes from being close to something for too long, the way I felt before Johann left. And I started thinking maybe I hadn't set him free. Maybe I'd made room, because aisle 4 didn't stay silent. I heard the first sound 5 days later. A creak. Not loud. Just a shift in the shelf, like something inside it had settled too far to the left. I thought it was my imagination until I heard it again the next night. And then again, always around 3:10. Always in aisle 4. Then the lights started flickering just in that aisle. One night the bulbs in the ceiling above it buzzed louder than usual, then popped one after the other until all 4 were out. The rest of the store was fine. I didn't report it. I didn't want anyone coming to fix it. I didn't want anyone else in there. The footage showed nothing. No shadow. No figure. Just subtle changes, products shifting slightly between frames, labels turned inward, a small can rolling off the shelf and landing upright without bouncing. I watched one clip over and over again. It was from 2 nights ago. The camera above aisle 4 glitched for a split second, and then on the top shelf a crack appeared, not in the wall, not in the shelving, in the space itself, a thin, dark line like a tear in the footage. It vanished the next frame. But I saw it. I saw it, And it wasn't the shape of a shelf breaking. It was the shape of a door. That night I locked the entrance an hour early. I turned off half the lights, sat behind the counter with every camera feed on screen. At 3:08 exactly, the store went quiet. No sound, no movement. Then aisle 4 flickered. Once, then again. Then the camera cut to static. All other feeds stayed live. Only that aisle went dark. For 37 seconds. When the feed returned, the shelf was empty. No products. Just bare metal and one thing placed in the middle of the floor. A receipt. Real, tangible. I walked over slowly. My legs felt numb, like my body already knew this was a mistake. The receipt was blank at first, but as I picked it up, ink bled across the paper, one letter at a time. It didn't say paid. It didn't say cleared. It said waiting, and it was addressed to me. The receipt stayed in my pocket for 2 days before I showed it to anyone. I didn't mean to hide it. I just didn't know what it was yet. Every time I looked at it, the word felt different. Waiting. One day it looked like a reminder. The next, it felt like a threat. Like something passive at first glance, but with weight behind it, like a held breath. It was printed on the same thermal paper we use at the register, curled slightly at the edges, still warm when I picked it up, but no sale record matched, no transaction number. Just my name, the time, and that one word, waiting. I kept working my shifts. I had to. The store didn't stop running just because something strange had slipped through. Customers still needed cigarettes and canned soup and chocolate milk at 3 in the morning. And most of them had no idea what had changed. But I knew, and aisle 4 knew too. Every night since Johann disappeared, it had stayed dark. I replaced the bulbs. They blew again within hours. The new products I stocked would slide off the shelf by morning. Nothing violent. Just deliberate. Like someone pushing them off slowly, letting them fall as a way of saying no. This shelf is not yours anymore. The cameras kept shorting out, only in that aisle. Always for the same length of time, just long enough for something to step through and not be seen. The air in the store changed too. It didn't feel haunted exactly. That's too dramatic. It felt expectant, like something had been promised and was now watching the door for it to arrive. The word on the receipt became clearer with each passing night. It wasn't a message. It was a cue. I started having dreams. Always around the same time, I'd see myself standing in the aisle, behind the register, or sometimes just outside in the street, looking through the glass. But inside, the store was wrong. The lights were off, except for the one above aisle 4, and that aisle was filled with people. But none of them were moving. They were all waiting. Some I recognized, a few I didn't. Some wore old coats that looked like they hadn't been manufactured in 20 years. One had a uniform from the pharmacy that used to be here in the 1970s. All of them were holding receipts, and all of them were facing the same shelf. But there was nothing on it. Not products, not bags, just the wall. Blank, empty. Except for a small hole in the plaster near the bottom. Every time I woke up, I'd find the receipt had moved. It would be out of my pocket, on the counter, by the till. Once, it was tucked into the front door, sticking out just enough to be seen from the street. The message never changed. Waiting. On the 6th night, I stopped trying to make sense of it and did the only thing I hadn't tried. I opened the receipt drawer manually, printed a blank slip, and typed the words that had haunted me since the beginning. Thank you for waiting. You may go. I printed 2 copies, folded them both. I left one in aisle 4, right in the center of the floor. The second one I held on to, and I waited. 3:08 came and went. Nothing changed. No shift in the lights, no static on the cameras. But the next morning, the slip I left was gone. And for the first time in weeks, the shelf was undisturbed. That's when I started printing more. Each night, I typed a name into the system. Some of them I had learned from records, like Johann. Others came from old employee logs, newspaper clippings, or rumors. One from a note I found wedged behind the safe that just said, "Tell her I didn't forget." Every receipt I printed said the same thing. Thank you for waiting. You may go. And every night, I left one in aisle 4. And every morning, it was gone. I don't know where they went, or who took them, but something changed. The lights stopped flickering. The camera stayed steady. The products stayed on the shelf. Aisle 4 was still strange. It always would be. But it no longer felt like a wound. It felt like a room that had finally been acknowledged, like it had waited long enough and been heard. I stayed at the store another 6 months. I kept printing those slips, one every night. I don't know how many were needed. Maybe there's no limit. Maybe some part of this city will always be waiting for someone to remember it. But the feeling in the air changed. The store stopped watching. One night, I got a new receipt. It wasn't typed by me. It was already in the drawer when I opened it. Folded. Warm. It had my name on it. And beneath that, one sentence. You may go. So I did. I gave my notice the next day. The manager didn't ask why. She just nodded, like she'd seen this before. I walked out of the store at sunrise. The streets were quiet. No shadows in the window. Just my reflection, small and tired, walking away. I never went back. I still think about Johann sometimes, the way he stood so still, the weight in his voice when he said he was waiting. I wonder how many people pass through places like that without anyone noticing. I wonder how many places are just holding points, quiet corners of the world where unfinished moments gather until someone takes the time to look. I keep that final receipt in my wallet. It's fading now, but the words are still there. You may go. And that's all I ever needed. I hadn't thought about her in years. Not really. Not more than a flicker, like seeing an old show on TV you forgot you used to love. She was a part of my early childhood, sure. But so were juice boxes and plastic dinosaurs. They all fade eventually. You don't carry that stuff with you unless something forces it back. My name's Marcus. I'm 26 now. I live alone in a one-bedroom just outside Cincinnati. I've got a steady job, a cat named Pickle, and a tendency to overwater my plants. Normal stuff, routine. Until last month, nothing in my life had ever felt like a mystery. But then the card showed up. No return address, no postage, just a plain cream envelope tucked into the gap between my front door and the frame. It must have been hand-delivered. I would have noticed it otherwise. It was the day before my birthday. Inside, a birthday card with a cartoon rabbit holding balloons. The kind you'd buy at a gas station. Not funny, not sentimental, just there. And it was signed Love Bugs. That was her nickname, not mine, hers. Bugs. She used to sign every note she left me with that name. Be back by 9, love, Bugs. Mac and cheese in the microwave, love, Bugs. She'd draw a little heart next to it. I hadn't thought of that handwriting in decades, but the second I saw it, my stomach tightened. It was exactly the same. The same looping B. The same slanted G. It didn't feel like imitation. It felt like her. Her full name was Sarah McIntyre, but I only ever knew her as Bugs. She was 16 when she started babysitting me. I was 6. My parents both worked late shifts, and she lived 2 doors down. Quiet girl, tall, wore denim jackets, and carried a keychain with a rubber duck on it. She smelled like vanilla lip balm and laundry detergent. I remember that. She was the first person I ever trusted outside my family. And then she vanished. One day she didn't show up, and the next thing I remember is my mom crying in the kitchen while the news played in the background. Her parents were calling around. The cops got involved. I was too young to understand all of it, but I remember them checking sheds, opening garbage bins, people walking through fields in matching vests. They never found her. Not a trace. The only thing they ever said on the news was that her bedroom window had been open and her backpack was still on the floor. No signs of a struggle, no suspects, just silence. Then a small memorial a few months later, then nothing. We moved the year after. New house, new town. My parents said it was for work, but I think the whole street felt different after she disappeared, like whatever had taken her was still floating just behind the walls. We never talked about her again. Until now. I held the card in my hands for almost 10 minutes before I even opened it. I kept flipping it over, looking for a clue, a smudge, a stain, some hint that it was a prank or a mistake, but it was clean. Neat. Inside there was only one line. You're taller now. You used to cry when I left the room. That was true. I don't remember much about being 6, but I do remember following her around like a puppy. I hated when she left me alone, even for a second. I'd stand at the bathroom door until she came out. I sat down on the edge of the couch and read it again. Then I threw it in a drawer. I didn't sleep well that night. Every creak in the building felt heavier. Every passing car sounded like footsteps. The next morning, I checked the door. Nothing new. No one had touched the mat. The hallway camera didn't pick up anything. I asked the downstairs neighbor if they saw anyone drop something off. They said no. Didn't even know it had been my birthday. I tried to forget it. Tried to write it off. A weird joke. A mistake. But I couldn't shake it. Especially not the handwriting. So I did what anyone would do. I Googled her. There's not much about Sarah McIntyre online. a few articles from 20 years ago, a missing person page that hasn't been updated since I was still losing baby teeth, a blurry yearbook photo from her sophomore year. She looked older than I remembered, serious, but it was her, Bugs. There's a comment on one of the articles from someone claiming to be a cousin. They wrote that the family had moved away, said they stopped talking about her because it never led anywhere good. I didn't reach out. What would I even say? "Hi, I think your dead cousin dropped a birthday card at my door." It didn't feel right. Still doesn't. And yet, every day since then I've checked the front door. I can't help it. My body just does it now, like muscle memory. 5 days went by, nothing new. Until this morning. Another envelope. Same cream paper. Same handwriting. Different card. This one had a bear holding a cupcake. I stood there in the hallway for a long time before opening it. Inside. I'm almost ready to come back. Signed again. Love, Bugs. I didn't go to work the day the second card showed up. I didn't even call in. I just sat at my kitchen table with both envelopes in front of me and let the hours pass. The sun moved from one side of the apartment to the other, while Pickle circled my legs like she knew something was off. I gave her food, fed her twice by accident, still couldn't eat myself. The second message haunted me worse than the first. I'm almost ready to come back. It was the word almost that got under my skin, not just a memory, not just someone playing with old pain. That word meant the sender had a plan, a timeline, something specific in mind. I told myself it could still be a sick joke. But only someone who knew her would even remember the nickname. Bugs. It wasn't public. It wasn't online. The news never mentioned it. I checked again just to be sure. All the old articles just called her Sarah. No mention of the pet names or what she meant to me. That was private. And whoever left these cards knew it. I opened a folder on my laptop and created a new document. I titled it Sarah Cards. I listed the dates, the handwriting details, even the postures of the cartoon animals. I don't know why. I think I just needed to do something. Later that night, I called my mom. She sounded tired but happy to hear from me. I hadn't told her it was my birthday. She forgot, but I didn't blame her. She always says dates blend together the older you get. I asked her if she remembered Sarah. There was a pause. "Of course," she said. "Why? Do you ever think about her?" Another pause. "Sometimes. Why are you bringing this up now?" I could tell she was guarding something, a shift in tone I hadn't heard in years. "I found some old stuff," I said. "Notes she left, little things." "Oh, a beat. Well, you two were close. Did she ever talk to you about anything weird before she disappeared?" "Marcus, no. Why are you asking?" "No reason, just thinking about the past." She didn't push it, but she sounded unsettled, like I had knocked something loose she had worked hard to box up. We talked a little longer, mostly about the cat and the weather, then hung up. I stared at my ceiling for hours before sleep finally came. When I woke up the next morning, I already knew what I needed to do. I had to go back. Not back to my hometown, just to the house. The one we left when I was 7. I still remembered the address. It was burned in my brain next to things like my childhood phone number and the smell of laundry days. I punched it into my GPS and drove out early before I could change my mind. It took about 40 minutes. The neighborhood hadn't changed much. The trees were bigger, the houses more worn, but it all felt exactly the same. That kind of eerie sameness you only get in places that never fully move on. My old street was quiet. Every driveway had a car. Every lawn was just slightly overgrown. It looked lived in, but not cared for. Our house was still there. A squat beige thing with cracked steps and peeling shutters. I parked across the street and stayed in the car, unsure of what I was even doing. Then the front door opened. A woman stepped out, mid-50s, maybe older, hair in a loose braid. She glanced toward me, then walked to the mailbox, pulled out a few letters, and went back inside. I waited. Then I got out. I crossed the street slowly. My heart was pounding, but I felt like I had to see it again. I stepped up to the porch and looked at the front door. I had stood here as a kid, waited for bugs to show up. I remembered her voice, the way she used to sing off-key on purpose just to make me laugh. I remembered her hand on my shoulder, the bracelets she used to wear, all thin metal and plastic charms that jingled when she moved. I rang the bell. The woman answered a few seconds later. She looked at me cautious. "Hi," I said. "Sorry to bother you. I know this is strange. I used to live here when I was a kid. I'm trying to remember something." Her expression didn't soften, but she didn't close the door either. "When was that?" "About 20 years ago. My name's Marcus." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "I moved in 18 years ago. We bought it from a family that left in a hurry." "That was us," I said. She looked past me like she was thinking about closing the door now. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I just wanted to ask, has anything weird ever happened here?" Her face didn't change, but she stepped outside, lowered her voice. "There's a crawl space behind the upstairs closet. Did you know that?" I shook my head slowly. Previous owners never mentioned it. We didn't even find it until the ceiling fan in the bedroom started shorting out. "What was in it?" "Nothing," she said. "Just dust and something scratched into the inside of the wall." "What did it say?" She paused. Then she said, "You used to cry when I left the room." I felt everything inside me go cold. I thanked her and left. I drove home without the radio on. I didn't want sound. I needed silence to sort out what had just happened. I kept replaying the woman's voice in my head, the way she said it. "You used to cry when I left the room." It wasn't just that she repeated what was written in the card. It was how casual she was about it, like it was just something you find scratched into drywall sometimes, like she hadn't considered who might have written it. I knew who had written it. There was no one else it could have been. Sarah Buggs had said that to me more than once. She'd said it like a joke, with a grin and a toss of her hair. "You're getting better," she'd say, "but you still cry when I leave the room." I used to get embarrassed, tell her I didn't cry anymore, and she'd say, "Not outside, maybe." But the inside still sniffs a little. It was such a weird thing to say. I had forgotten it until the card brought it back. And now that phrase had followed me all the way to adulthood, through a scratched wall in a crawl space I never knew existed. I pulled into my apartment complex and sat in the parking lot for a while before going in. The sky was starting to turn that dull evening gray, the time when shadows seemed to stretch a little too long. Pickle was waiting at the door like always, tail flicking in annoyance that I was late with dinner. I fed her, opened a can of soup for myself, and ate it in silence. Later that night, I pulled out an old box from the back of my closet. It was filled with stuff from when I was a kid, yearbooks, a plastic medal from a fun run I barely remembered, a few drawings with clumsy handwriting. In the middle of it all was a crumpled envelope with my name written in big purple letters. I recognized the handwriting right away. It was hers. Inside the envelope was a drawing she had made for me. I remembered this now. It was on my birthday, the year before she vanished. She had drawn us both as stick figures holding balloons. I was wearing a paper crown. She had drawn herself with big hoop earrings and labeled her figure Bugs. In the corner of the page she had written, "Don't forget your secret fort." I had no memory of a secret fort. I stared at the drawing for a long time, trying to force something to surface, but it didn't work. I put the picture aside and went to bed. That night, I dreamed about the old house, not how it looked now, but how it looked back then, the orange carpet in the living room, the lumpy brown couch, the tall lamp that used to hum when it was on too long. In the dream, I was 6 again. Bugs was babysitting. She was heating up chicken nuggets, and I was pulling at her sleeve, asking to go into the closet fort. She said, "Not until the movie's over." In the dream, I walked away from the kitchen and opened the hallway closet by myself. I stepped inside. It was dark, but I wasn't scared. I pushed at the back wall, and it gave way to a tiny space. I crawled through and sat down. There were pillows inside, a flashlight, a notebook with stars drawn all over the cover. Then someone else was in the fort with me. Not Bugs. Something taller. Watching. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat. My hands were clenched around the blanket, and my nails had dug into my palm. I hadn't had a nightmare like that in years. The next morning, there was another envelope. Same cream paper. Same careful handwriting. Same rabbit on the card. This one said, "You've forgotten the closet, but I haven't." I almost dropped it. I read it again and again, hoping it would change. It didn't. The dream hadn't come out of nowhere. She remembered that space. She remembered the fort, and somehow she knew I was remembering it too. I called my mom again. She sounded groggy. I must have caught her just after waking. "Hey," I said, "quick question. When we lived in the old house, did I have a closet fort?" She was quiet for a second. "Oh," she said, "that. You remember that?" "Just barely." "You were obsessed with it for a few weeks," she said. "That and Sarah were the only things you talked about." I swallowed. "Did you ever see it? The fort?" "No," she said. "It was in the hall closet, right? You used to crawl in there with a flashlight. I didn't think anything of it." "Did Sarah ever go in there with me?" "I think so. Maybe once or twice." "Did I ever say anything weird about it?" Another pause. "There was one time," she said, You came out crying and said the wall was moving. You told me someone was whispering. You were really upset. What did you do? I thought you were dreaming with your eyes open, she said. You had done that before. You always had a wild imagination, Marcus. Right, I said. We talked for another minute, but I barely heard her. My ears were ringing. After we hung up, I pulled out the cards and laid them side by side. There were 3 now, each one a little more direct, each one pulling me deeper into something I didn't understand. But I was starting to. I had forgotten the closet. I had forgotten the fort. But she hadn't. She remembered everything. 2 days passed without another card. That should have been a relief, but it wasn't. The silence felt heavier than the messages. When something arrives like clockwork and then stops, you start waiting for the break in the pattern to become the new pattern. You wonder if you've crossed some invisible threshold, if now she's watching and deciding what comes next. I didn't dream for 2 nights either, at least not that I remember. I went to bed wired and woke up groggy, my chest tight and my mouth dry. I started leaving my bedroom door open, something I hadn't done in years. Pickle kept hovering near it like she was waiting for something to come through. That didn't help. By the 3rd night, I gave up trying to sleep. I sat in the kitchen at 2 in the morning, rereading the birthday cards under the soft hum of the overhead light. I hadn't noticed before, but the 3rd card was written with a different pen. The first 2 were in black ink. The last one had a reddish tint, just barely noticeable. I thought about the message again. You've forgotten the closet, but I haven't. I couldn't stop thinking about the woman who lived in the old house now, about what she said and, more importantly, what she didn't say, the scratch in the wall, the crawl space, her careful tone. I had to see it. That morning I drove back. The street looked the same as it had the first time, sleepy, sun-bleached, forgotten by progress. I parked 2 houses down and waited until just after 9. The lights were on in the kitchen window, which felt like a good sign. I walked up and knocked. This time she opened the door faster. She looked at me like she had expected me to come back. I don't mean to bother you, I said, but I need to ask something. Maybe more than ask. She waited. That crawl space you mentioned, could I see it? Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't look surprised. Instead, she stepped aside. I haven't touched it since we last talked, she said. She led me upstairs. The hallway was narrower than I remembered, like the walls had thickened with age. The closet door was halfway open. She pointed at it and stood back. I stepped inside. It was just a regular hall closet, a few coats hanging on the rail, an old vacuum in the corner, but the back wall was different. The plaster had a seam. You would not notice it unless you were looking. I ran my hand along the edge. It moved under pressure. I turned and looked at her. She nodded. I pushed. The panel gave way. Behind it was a low opening, maybe 3 feet high. The space beyond was dark, unfinished, and smaller than I expected. I had to crouch to get in. The smell hit me immediately: dust, wood rot, and something else. Something sweet and sour at the same time. I clicked on the flashlight I had brought and scanned the space. It was about 6 feet wide, 5 feet deep, just enough room for a child to sit cross-legged or lie down. The floor was rough wood, covered in dust and old insulation. On the back wall, something was scratched into the beam with what looked like a key or nail. It said, "I am still here." Underneath, someone had drawn 3 small hearts. The second one was smudged, as if someone had touched it while the dust was still fresh. In the corner of the crawl space, near a broken piece of drywall, something caught the light. I reached for it slowly. It was a bracelet. Not fancy, just thin elastic with plastic letter beads. They spelled out, "Bugs." I sat back hard. The flashlight slipped from my hand and landed on the floor, throwing shadows across the beams. I stared at the bracelet for a long time before crawling out. She was still standing in the hallway. I held it up. Her face changed. "I thought it was yours," she said softly. I didn't say anything. I just nodded. I thanked her and left. Back in the car, I put the bracelet in the glove compartment. I didn't want it in my lap. I didn't want it touching me. Back home, I sat at the table and laid out the cards again. I put the bracelet beside them. Now there were 4 pieces. 4 signals from something I had been pretending not to believe in. I didn't sleep that night either. Around 3:45 in the morning, I started hearing a noise. Very soft, from inside the walls. Not footsteps, not voices. Just something like a slow tapping. Deliberate. Rhythmic. Like fingernails on drywall. I pressed my ear to the hallway wall near my bedroom. The tapping stopped. I held my breath. Nothing. Then, faintly, the sound again. Closer. Just once. Then silence. I stood there for another minute, heart pounding. Then I walked back to the kitchen. On the floor, near the front door, something had been slid under. Another envelope. Same cream paper. Same rabbit on the card. This one said, "I remember how you screamed when they tried to take me away." And at the bottom, in a rushed scrawl, "They didn't find the other wall." I didn't sleep after the 4th card. I didn't even try. I sat in the kitchen with the bracelet in one hand and the new card in the other. I read the last message over and over until the words felt like static in my brain. They didn't find the other wall. The phrase stuck with me because it wasn't vague. It was specific. Not another room, not another clue, another wall. That meant it existed, somewhere. Something real, something physical, something left behind in the house or maybe even in my memory. I knew I would have to go back again. That morning, I called the woman from the old house. I didn't even introduce myself this time. As soon as I said hello, she knew who it was. "I need to come back," I told her. She sighed, but she didn't say no. She just said, "Same time as before." I said yes. By the time I pulled into the neighborhood, my hands were shaking. She opened the door before I even knocked. Her eyes looked tired, like maybe she hadn't slept either. She didn't say anything. She just stepped aside and let me in. I brought a small toolkit with me this time, a flashlight, gloves, a short pry bar. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I knew it wasn't something sitting out in the open. If there was another wall, it would be sealed, hidden. I went straight to the hallway closet, opened the panel again, crawled into the crawl space and examined every inch of it with fresh eyes. It still smelled the same. Still felt like the air had gone stale sometime in the early 2000s and never moved again. But now I was looking differently. I ran my hands across the back wall, then the side walls, then the ceiling. At first, everything seemed solid, but when I tapped gently along the right side, near the floor, the sound changed. A hollow spot. I crouched lower and pressed my palm against it. The wood didn't flex, but it felt thinner. I took out the pry bar and started chipping at the seam. It wasn't easy. The board had been nailed in from the inside. That didn't make sense. No one builds like that. It was a cover-up, not construction. After 10 minutes, the panel came loose. Behind it there was a narrow space, maybe 3 feet wide and 4 feet deep, covered in dust and old insulation. And in the middle of that space, wedged against the back, was a small wooden box. It looked handmade, no lock, no hinges, just a sliding lid. I didn't open it right away. I sat there with it in my lap, feeling like I had picked up something with weight beyond its size, like it was holding a pressure I didn't understand, like if I opened it wrong, something would leak out. Eventually, I slid the lid off. Inside were 3 things. The first was a small flashlight, same brand and size as the one I remembered having as a kid. The plastic was cracked, the battery long dead. The second was a photograph, a Polaroid. It showed the inside of the crawl space, same angle, same walls, except in the photo there was someone sitting inside. It was Sarah. Bugs. She was crouched in the back corner, holding the flashlight, eyes wide, not smiling, just looking at whoever had taken the picture. And next to her was a second figure, not fully visible. Just an arm, a sliver of a shoulder, the edge of something pale. The third item in the box was a folded piece of lined notebook paper. I opened it carefully. The writing was messy, uneven. It read, "If they come, do not tell them where. They listen through the floor. Keep the door blocked. Keep the song out. Do not forget the code. He watches when you cry." There was no signature. I put the items back in the box and crawled out of the space slowly. The woman was still waiting in the hallway. I didn't explain what I had found. I just asked, "Have you ever heard music in this house, very late?" She stared at me a long time, then said, "Once, but I thought it was a dream." I nodded. Then I thanked her and left again. At home, I laid out the 3 cards, the bracelet and the photo. I placed the note beside them. I didn't touch the flashlight. That night I dreamed again. I was in the crawl space, same as before. Only this time, I was older. I was sitting across from Sarah. She was still 16, exactly how I remembered her. She looked tired, dirt on her hands, dust in her hair, but she was calm. She held the Polaroid camera in her lap. "I told you not to cry," she said. I forgot, I told her. I never did. She looked past me, toward something in the dark. I turned. There was another wall, but it was breathing. I woke up at 4 in the morning. There was no tapping this time. Just a cold draft in the hallway, like a window had been left open. But everything was locked. No card under the door. No envelope on the floor. Just silence. The last card arrived a week later. I had almost started to believe it was over. The silence had stretched just long enough to feel like closure. No dreams, no tapping, no more strange drafts or cold spots in the hallway. I had even begun putting the cards and the bracelet away in a shoebox. Taping it shut like that might seal the feeling along with it. Then, early on a Sunday morning, I found a final envelope. It wasn't under the door this time. It was in my fridge, top shelf, right between the carton of eggs and a leftover container of noodles. I didn't scream. I didn't jump. I just stood there, letting the cold air roll out over my legs while my mind tried to rearrange itself around the fact that someone had been inside. The envelope was damp from the condensation. The card inside was different. No cartoon rabbit, no smiling animal. Just plain white, blank front. Inside, the handwriting was shakier. It read, "This is the last one. You found the wall. You remembered. You're safe now. Don't come back." Underneath in the corner was the name she always signed with. Bugs. I sat on the kitchen floor with the fridge still open behind me. I didn't cry. I didn't speak. I just held the card and let it sit heavy in my hands like the final piece of something that had taken 2 decades to finish. And then, for the first time in a long time, I felt still. Not peaceful, but still. Later that day, I went back to the house one last time. I didn't tell the woman I was coming. I brought the photo, the bracelet, the flashlight, and the note. I knocked, and she opened the door like she had been expecting me again. She didn't ask questions, just stood back and let me walk past her like I lived there. I climbed the stairs slowly. I opened the closet one more time. The crawl space was exactly as I'd left it, empty, quiet. I stepped inside and sat down in the far corner, legs folded, back to the beam. I laid the photo down on the floor, the bracelet next to it. I placed the flashlight in the middle, between them. Then I unfolded the note and read it one last time, letting the words settle again. When I left, I didn't take anything with me. I left the box behind, sealed in the same hollow space I had pulled it from, covered it up, screwed the panel back in place, let it rest. On the way out, I finally asked the woman something I had been holding back for weeks. "Do you have kids?" She nodded slowly. "2. Do they ever use the closet?" "No," she said. "They're scared of it. Always have been." I nodded and stepped out onto the porch. The air smelled cleaner than usual. On the drive home, I didn't look in the rearview mirror. Back at my apartment, I threw out the shoebox, not in the trash bin, not in the chute. I took it down the street to a public dumpster and dropped it in, along with the envelope from the fridge. I deleted the photos I had taken, erased the notes on my laptop. The next day, I finally called my mom and told her everything. Not the strange parts, not the crawl space, not the breathing wall, but the important things. That Sarah hadn't run away, that she had left something behind, that someone somewhere still remembered her and wanted her memory to mean something. My mom was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "You always loved her, didn't you?" I said yes. She loved you too, she said. We could tell. And for the first time, she didn't try to explain it away. She didn't tell me it was imagination or trauma. She just let it be real. That night, I slept. Really slept. Deep and dark and dreamless. When I woke up, the apartment was warm. Light was coming through the blinds in long golden lines. Pickle was curled beside my legs, purring like nothing had ever gone wrong. There were no envelopes, no knocks, no music. I didn't check the fridge. I didn't have to. Some part of me knows it's done now, whatever it was. Whoever she became in the space between then and now, whatever place she existed in, it had been trying to finish something, to reach someone, to tell the rest of the story. And it did. It told it to me. I carry it now, not as a fear, as a memory, a reminder that sometimes people don't vanish without reason, that sometimes the quiet ones leave echoes behind, hoping someone will listen when the rest of the world forgets. She wasn't trying to scare me. She was trying to be remembered. And now, every year on my birthday, I'll light a small candle by the window. I won't speak her name out loud, but I'll think it, and I'll whisper it once, just inside my head. Love bugs.